Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Town of Los Gatos August 2nd, 2016 meeting of the Town Council. If you haven't already done so, please silence your devices. And Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Marcia Jensen.
Here.
Councilmember Rob Rennie.
Here.
Councilmember Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mariko Sayak.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Barbara Spector.
Here. To lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening is Catherine Wales. Catherine, come on up. This is Catherine. Let me tell you a little bit about her. Now, first, I'll say that you might recognize the name or the person a little bit because she had a sister, Scarlett Wales, who is a little star over there, or at least thinks she is, who led us in the flag salute last July. Again, let's focus on Catherine. Catherine is homeschooled, and also goes to the Young Genius Bay Area Speech Debate Academy. She's in the 4th grade. She does many things, and she does them well. She's on the YMCA swim team. She performs with the Moscow Ballet and the Nutcracker for the past 4 years. She loves volleyball. She loves gymnastics. So I asked her, your sister led us in the flag salute. You're leading us in the flag salute. What would you say is the biggest difference between you and your sister? And she said, my sister likes fancy stuff. So I said, well, like your sister likes fancy dresses? Yes, that's what you were talking about, huh? Yes. All right, so now I'm going to give her the microphone, and if you'll all stand with Catherine and let her lead us in the pledge.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's give her a round of applause. And another round of applause. We now have Mr. Schultz, closed session report.
Yes, good evening. Council met before closed session to discuss labor negotiations and to discuss real property negotiations. As to both these items, no action was taken that requires reporting under the Brown Act.
Thank you. Council town manager reports, starting with the council reports. Ms. Jensen.
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Since our last regular council meeting, I've done several things. I'm on the executive committee of the board for the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority, the power company that Los Gatos and most of the cities in Santa Clara have decided to create. The executive committee met on the 7th of July and the 21st of July. The full board of that organization, of which I'm the vice chair, also met on 7/13, and at that time we voted to, when we launch, be 100% carbon-free power. On 7/11, I also attended the Santa Clara Valley Water District water briefing for elected officials. On 7/13, I attended the Los Gatos Rec Senior Barbecue Picnic with the mayor and helped serve lunch and hand out raffle prizes with the mayor. On 7/19, I attended the chamber held a discussion about the road closure of this 17 entrance, so I attended that discussion at the chamber with some of their members. 7/21, I attended the Silicon Valley Regional Economic Forum put on by the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, with the main topics being, the need for affordable housing, better transportation, and education in the Valley. I believe the town manager was there with me on that one. And on 7/26, I attended Senator Bell's fire safety workshop that they put on in Redwood Estates.
Thank you, Mr. Rennie. As has been noted, this is a report out on the activities each of us have undertaken since our last meeting in June. I, along with the mayor of Montserrano, presented the awards at the terraces to our seniors of distinction. With the chamber, I did a ribbon cutting for the Rostopoulos Farmers Agency in downtown Los Gatos. I attended the Holt Small Business Award ceremony and assisted in presenting that award from the state of California. I did the Los Gatos Celebrates the 4th at Oak Meadow Park, where I was joined by Supervisor Mike Wasserman. Along with Ms. Prevetti, attended the West Valley Mayor-Manager meeting. I have attended several Jazz on the Plaza and Music in the Park events, and I was a speaker for the Kiwanis luncheon meeting. Ms. Sayak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2 items worth mentioning for the previous month. The first, on July 7th, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Commission had a community meeting. Town Manager Prevetti and I were in attendance. And on July 14th, Councilmember Johnson and I had a policy committee meeting.
Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. Since our last meeting, I also attended the Business of the Year at Holtz with you.
Thank you. Ms. Prevetti.
Thank you. For manager matters, I have a staff recognition, so I'm going to go down to the floor. We have a quarterly recognition of employees. We have a process where we have a recognition team put forth nominations, and then the directors take their recommendation and move it forward. So today we are honoring our dispatch team. So if the 3 of you could please come up here and join us, I'd like to welcome and introduce to you Christine Crossan, Tammy Church, and Heather Villarica. So thank you all very much for joining us. I'm sorry that Julie Burns is not able to join us. We have flowers for each of you, as well as a plaque. And then there's flowers in a vase that you can also take to decorate the dispatch area, which is just a few steps from where we are right now. We want to recognize our dispatch team because day in and day out, they're the ones that answer the phones when you call 911, and they're the ones who really help you. If you need CPR or someone in your family needs CPR, they guide you very calmly through that process. They are sometimes the only person in dispatch, so they are helping the officers in the field as well as answering your calls, picking up the next call that's coming in, and determining all of those priorities. Recently, we have had some understaffing, so we recognize all the long hours that you've been putting in. So for all of these reasons, as well as respecting our town values of collaboration, teamwork, excellent customer service, and so much more, we want to thank you for your service to the town. Thank you.
Ms. Prevetti, did you have a further report?
Not tonight, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We are now on our consent calendar items, which this evening consist of items 1 through 6. I should note that consent calendar item number 4 has been pulled, so that will be heard in its normal order. I will ask the council members, does anyone here wish to pull an item from the consent calendar? Seeing no one, does anyone else from the community wish to pull an item from the consent calendar? I see no one coming forward. So I'm now looking for a motion on the remaining consent calendar items. Ms. Jensen.
Move to approve the consent calendar now consisting of items 1 through 6, exclusive of number 4.
Second. All right, we have a motion by Ms. Jensen, seconded by the mayor. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Now we will go to agenda item 4. This item has been pulled by Colin Corbett. And before I bring Mr. Corbett up, I will ask staff if it has any report. And this agenda item is authorizing the town manager to execute the restated Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Agreement.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll make a very brief report. The Valley Transportation Authority desires to join the interoperability agreement, and in order to do so, all member agencies must consent to their joining. The benefit is that then we have another agency under which we can spread the costs of the interoperability. So the item before you is to accept the reinstated agreement, adding the VTA to the partnership.
Questions of staff? Seeing none. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Ms. Peretti, so is it the case now that the VTA is not part of the interoperability?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Then the individual who removed this from the consent calendar, Colin Corbett, if you'll please come forward. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. This was just a couple of quick questions. So my understanding of the group was that it was created for interoperable communications network with the participants. Okay. Thank you. Is that better? Good. Okay. And it says the purpose is to enhance and improve communications, data sharing, etc. Now the proposal gives the VTA 2 board seats, which puts it at the level of the entire county of San Jose and the entire county of Santa Clara and the entire city of San Jose. Currently, 1 board seat is given for all of Saratoga, Campbell, Los Gatos, Montecito, and Cupertino. So that was a little suspect in my mind. Also, the VTA has, according to the Mercury News, been described as the VTA system costs $2 billion to build and $66 million to operate and is one of the most inefficient light rail lines in the nation. Taxpayers subsidize 85% of the service, the second worst in the nation. So from my opinion, I don't see the VTA as an efficient steward and that we want to give any special additional responsibility to. That being said, the VTA also goes and gets 2 working committee members, and for reference, the police force and the fire department only get 1 each, but somehow the VTA gets 2. Also, in the staff report, it says the VTA provides $5.5 million over 3 years, but in the contract, it doesn't actually state a number. It says, subject to a working group of which the VTA now gets 15% of the group to go and assign what they think they owe. So yes, it didn't match it in the document. It says $5.5 million. I say, well, it should be in writing in the document, and it's not. The only number I did see was our initial costs were $2,500 for Los Gatos. So I'm just trying to reconcile where it is. I'm not really for or against it. I just was trying to understand, what does this $5.5 million apply to? What is our annual cost? What is it looking to offset? It didn't seem to match anything to me. It also, if the VTA is coming in as for communications, the VTA should address offering rights of way along its train tracks for fiber, for communications, things like that. Then none of that is mentioned in there. And that would be something valuable that they could bring. And if we are inviting other transportation systems, and this covers Palo Alto to Gilroy, we should look at including Caltrain and BART maybe as well. Those are my points.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So the 2 positions that VTA is getting, one of them is a staff position, so that really is VTA. The other one is an elected official from either their board or their policy committees. So the second one's not really a VTA position. It's another elected official that I don't know what the process is they're going to elect. So does that kind of make it a little bit easier that they're not really getting 2 positions?
Well, I thought it was that they got 4. They got 2 board members and 2 working group members, according to the document. One being a VTA employee and one being the chair of the VTA. I'd look for the specific language.
That's not the way I understand it. I would like to ask staff a question at some point.
Yes, let's do this. Why don't you stay there, and we'll see if any other council member has a question for you. And while I'm waiting for those questions, I will ask staff to clarify the VTA membership and also the $5 million issue. Other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll turn to staff.
Thank you. According to the documentation that we have, they have requested 2 seats on the board. One of them would be an elected member of the VTA board or its policy committee. And we have a seat at the policy committee, so it doesn't have to necessarily be someone who's not from the West Valley. And the second board seat would be designated for the staff general manager or her designee. So that is a staff position.
And the funding issue?
The funding issue, as I understand it, is that they would make an initial payment of approximately $5.5 million over 3 years. What was unclear to me was what that financial benefit would be to us in terms of reduced costs. So I don't think that has yet been determined, but they have acknowledged what their payment would be in terms of the 5.5 over 3 years, plus annual operations and maintenance payments in excess of the 700. So that is spelled out. If there are contradictions in the documents, we were advised that if we had any amendments to the documents, that it would have to go back through to all of the member agencies for those changes. So we'll check for consistency depending on the council's action tonight.
Ms. Sayak.
Ms. Pravetti, can you remind me, who is the board member representing Los Gatos?
The West Valley has 2 representatives. The city managers have a seat at the table, and currently Campbell City Manager Mark Linder is at the table for the interoperability. And I recall it was, I think it's Vice Mayor from Montecito who's representing West Valley currently as our member.
And have you heard from either of them of any concerns or comments to the requested changes and membership?
They saw it as a positive item. This is typically a board that has challenges finding members who are interested in serving. So to the extent that another agency actually wants to participate and have radio interoperability, it was seen as a positive.
Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Ms. Pravetti, so the 2 board members that will be joining, the VTA employee and the other board member, they will both have voting power, is that correct? So they'll have kind of twice the voting power as every other agency?
Well, again, I believe there's a couple of seats for other agencies. I don't have it all with me. Thank you. Town attorney's going to help me. I think, as is typical with these kinds of joint powers authorities, the local agencies determine what kind of representation it would like. And so I believe it was the West Valley cities at the time of establishment felt comfortable having a shared position. Town attorney may have additional information.
I could run through those if you would like to know who's on it. There's 2 from the County of Santa Clara, 2 from the City of San Jose, 1 from the Central County agencies, 1 from the Northwest County agencies, 1 from the South County agencies, 1 from the Southwest County agencies, 1 from the City Selection Committee for Santa Clara County, and 2 now from VTA. So all the other memberships staying the same except for the 2 for the VTA.
Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. And then I think, Ms. Pravetti, you mentioned this, but we have no information on the net savings to Los Gatos.
Not at this time, but the assumption is that by having more agencies, there's more entities to spread the costs.
Thank you.
Other questions of staff? Since this item was pulled from our consent calendar, anyone who wishes to address us at this time may. So if you would like to address us on this agenda item regarding the interoperability and VTA, please come forward. Noting that no one is coming forward, I will now close the public testimony portion of this hearing and look to the council for questions, comments, a motion. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I would like to get more information on this about what the actual cost savings would be for us by signing up to this agreement.
Do we have a motion?
Interested in hearing what everybody else has to say.
All right. I will say that in listening to the speaker and to staff, the issue of monies, the percentage of representation by VTA. I heard the town manager reference the fact that apparently it's not easy to get people to serve, but I would also like more information before I act on it. Mr. Rennie.
So, Mayor Spector, I will go ahead and make the motion to accept this recommendation for the reasons that I don't think there's... First of all, what is the point of this? This is so that our agencies can talk between ourselves, that'd be the fire and the police, and now VTA police and so forth. So I think it's a good thing to get VTA also able to communicate in our same systems. Right now, not all the systems communicate. Like we couldn't dispatch. We, for example, are not interoperable with Campbell Dispatch. We couldn't just have them do our dispatch for us easily, for example. So that's part of the reason of this. So adding VTA in so that their transit officers can communicate on the same systems would certainly be an advantage. And it's not going to cost us more money. We don't know how much it's going to save us, but would that really change our decision on whether to approve this agreement or not? I don't think so. So I would say let's go ahead and approve this.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? Ms. Jensen.
I have a second. Can I ask, can I ask a question of staff?
Certainly.
Is there a time limitation on ratification of the new agreement?
We were asked to bring this forward to our council, I think it was by no later than September 1st.
So with that, I may not be supporting the motion in light of the requests for further information from other council members.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Seeing none, the motion dies for lack of second. May I have another motion? Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I would move that we send this back to staff for the information requested, being the cost savings primarily is what I was interested. If anybody else would like to add to that, I do agree with the points raised by Councilmember Rennie, but also brought up by Councilmember Jensen. There is essentially not a hurry until September 1st. We would have the opportunity to get some more information. Also interested in the concerns that you raised about the seats on the board. Sometimes these things come to us seemingly unharmful, but I sit on many boards in San Jose, and I know sometimes voting blocks could cause issues. So I'm concerned about why they're getting 2 seats right out of the gate, and I would be interested in finding out why they're willing to pay so much for those 2 seats right out of the gate.
Ms. Jensen.
Just wanted to add another item of information that I would be interested in. Given that the interoperability is essentially a emergency, fire, police, etc., radio communications, what advantage is there to Los Gatos in making sure that we ratify and remain in this, and what opportunities does it provide by adding VTA and whatever communications personnel they have to that network?
All right, do we have a second, Ms. Jensen?
Yes, I'm sorry. Okay. With that addition.
All right. And Mr. Leonardis, are those additions acceptable to you?
Very well, yes.
All right, we have a motion and a second to bring this back to give this to staff, to bring it back to the council prior to September 1st, correct, Mr. Leonardis?
Yes.
All right, and we're looking at an analysis or further input on the monies, the number of seats, and the advantage or disadvantage to Los Gatos. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. That completes what was formerly the consent calendar. We are now at verbal communications. If there's anyone who wishes to address us for 3 minutes on any item not on our agenda, please come forward. You should submit a card. I don't have any cards on verbal communication, but is there anyone who wants to talk to us? Seeing no one coming forward, we are now on to the public hearings. First one is Agenda Item 7, which is to consider the 2016 Weed Abatement Program Assessment Report. Turn to staff.
Good evening, Matt Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works. This is our annual weed abatement program. Within the weed abatement program, we contract with County Fire, and they through the county weed abatement program, they go out and do inspections of properties within the town to identify locations where weeds may be a fire hazard. They notice property owners, and if the property owners do not resolve the issue, they provide a resolution through a contracted service for the property owners. The program is cost recovery for the county through tax assessments. This is the opportunity for the property owners to protest should they desire to do so. They've all been noticed at various times by the county and also by the town directly. With that, that concludes my report.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, I have no cards for anyone who wants to speak to us, but does anyone want to come forward? Noting for the record that no one is coming forward, I will close the public testimony portion of this hearing and look to the council for a motion discussion. Ms. Jensen.
I'd like to move that we adopt a resolution that's contained in attachment 2 of our staff report, confirming the report from the Santa Clara County Consumer and Environmental Protection Agency authorizing collection of the assessment charges.
We have a motion, seconded by Mr. Leonardis. Discussion? Seeing, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda Item 8. Agenda Item 8 is Architecture and Site Application S14056 for property located at 18151 Overlook Road. This is an appeal from a decision made by the Planning Commission.
Erin Walters, Associate Planner. This subject, R18 property, is located on the north side of Overlook Road. The existing site contains a 2-story residence with a wraparound balcony and a detached garage. The existing conditions and constraints are a narrow lot, protected trees on both the adjacent properties as well as the site. The existing topography of the property slopes downward from the west to the east and from the south to the north. This creates a lower elevation, which creates privacy challenges to 2 of the properties adjacent to the property. The applicant proposes to demolish the 2-story single-family home and construct the new 2-story residence with a cellar and a 1-car attached garage. And on April 13th, the proposed application was considered by the Planning Commission. Concerns raised at the meeting included height, building mass, and privacy. The application was continued in order for the applicant to address 2 points. One was lowering the building height and then addressing the rear neighbor's privacy concerns. On June 8th, the continued application was considered by Planning Commission, and to address Commission's direction, the applicant lowered the finished floor elevation of the house by 6 inches, resulting in a building height of 27 feet 9 inches. In order to address privacy issues for the rear neighbor, the applicant proposed lowering the second floor a rear bedroom window and installing obscure glass in the rear elevation bathroom window. The applicant and the rear neighbor worked together and explored options for addressing landscape screening at the rear property. However, they were ultimately unable to reach an agreement on where to plant the privacy trees. After holding the public hearing, Planning Commission denied the application, and the Commission determined that the project was not in compliance with the town's residential guidelines because the proposed project was not similar in bulk, mass, or scale to the immediate neighborhood, and privacy concerns had not been addressed. On June 13th, the decision of the Planning Commission was appealed by the applicant, and the appeal states that Planning Commission erred in its decision because Commission erred and abused its discretion by disregarding the town's own policies, standards, and guidelines, and ignored the fact that the project was compliant with the town's residential design guidelines. The appellant provided a letter and provided justifications and a sight line diagram, and that's attached in Exhibit 9 and 10. And this concludes staff's report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Let me make a little run into this question. So when I read through the Planning Commission meeting minutes from both of the meetings, so staff before Planning Commission started recommended denial for mass and bulk reasons. And then Planning Commission went through and discussed it for the whole first meeting, and then towards the end of it, several of the commissioners basically said they had no problems with the mass and bulk and the fit into the neighborhood. They didn't see anybody in the neighborhood really complaining about mass and bulk. It was all about the privacy for the house behind, and then and the height related to the privacy, but not so much the mass, bulk, and fit into the neighborhood and size, so forth. Then they had a second meeting where they spent 30 pages discussing why the neighbor in the back couldn't plant the trees on her property instead of on the property of the applicant. And then in the last 2 pages, they said, well, I think they kind of gave up and said, okay, well, it doesn't meet the mass and bulk, we'll go with staff's recommendation. So with this long lead-in, my real question is, and I forgot to say, it says in several places that our consulting architect also agreed that it fit in with the neighborhood with mass and bulk. So how did staff come up with this recommendation that it doesn't fit before this ever got started, basically?
Yes, thank you. So upon review of the application, we compared with we always take a look at the streetscape elevations, as you can see in the package, and also took a look when the story poles went up, and believed that the additional height and mass at the second level was not compatible with the adjacent one-story homes, and mostly due to the existing topography of the site, how it exists. And that is true that the consulting architect did feel, though, that the mass and scale did meet, it was compatible with the neighborhood.
If I could, one
Mr.
follow-on. Can you, I found it once in here, but there are so many pages I can't find it again, and, 12, 14 different documents. Can you tell me what the sizes before and after in terms of the upstairs versus the downstairs? I know it's a 2-story building to start, I think, and it has so many square feet upstairs and so many down, and then the new house is going to have so many upstairs and so many down. But if you could refresh my memory on the change, that would be helpful.
Yes, this is on page 4 of attachment 1. There is a summary of the floor area. And so for the total floor area for, let's see, actually, I'm sorry, that's not the right summary.
I think that's only for the proposed. It
That's
doesn't tell
correct.
me the existing.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
So I can jump in also, I think, on 4 as well as sheet A1 of Exhibit 16. The first floor of the existing house is 823 square feet, is what's stated. The proposed first floor is 1,380 square feet, and the previous second floor was also 823 square feet, and the proposed second story was 946 square feet.
And tagging on to that, the square footage of the proposed cellar is how many square feet?
It's 819.
Ms. Jensen?
The height of the existing house is 25 feet, correct? And the original proposed was 28. Planning Commission on April 13th said, please lower the house. They came back, they lowered the house by 6 inches to 27.9. So it's still 2 feet, 9 inches higher than the existing house, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Spector. What is the required amount of parking places? I noticed that they're going from a 2-car garage to a 1-car garage. Is that correct? And it says in the report here that two garage spaces are required.
So for single-family homes, 2 spaces, dedicated spaces are required. They do not, the code does not require that they are covered. So in this instance, the applicant has provided 1 covered parking space in the garage and 1 uncovered space.
Mr. Leonardis?
One more question. So the grade of the lot, the slope of the lot, being that we're not out in front of it right now, I think it says something like 7% or 10%. Which one is it? And how much does that affect the floor area ratio? Do they subtract from FAR when there is a slope to the lot?
So yes, slopes that have an average slope of 10% or greater do reduce, but in this case, the slope of the overall lot is less than 10%, so that wouldn't be applicable. You would just base it on the size of the entire lot.
Thank you.
Mr. Rennie, before I go to you, I'm going to go to me. These are both tree-related, and it may be that the appellant will have to address them. But one is the replacement trees, or tree, I guess it's trees or tree, that have been depicted in the new exhibit that we received. What size tree is that, and is it going to, is it anticipated that it will immediately block the, or provide privacy, or is it going to take time to grow to that?
So as a part of the tree removal permit for the oak tree that was removed in the rear yard, 3 36-inch box trees were required to be planted on the lot. One of the trees were to be replaced, a large oak tree to be placed in this space that was where the tree was removed originally. It will provide additional privacy when it's installed. However, oak trees do take a while to grow, so it's a slower growth process.
So let's talk about the window that is of concern. When will that window be blocked under the proposed plantings?
I'm not sure about that. I can take a look at the elevations.
All right, and then I'm gonna ask one more tree question, or you can do that while Mr. Rennie asks his question. There was a statement made by the appellant that if the appellant were allowed to remove tree 14, they could have a 1-story home of the size that they think is appropriate. Any thoughts about tree number 14? Or should we go to Mr. Rennie?
Mr. Rennie, and I'll answer those 2 questions for you.
Mr. Rennie.
I'm not sure mine will be that much easier. Perhaps the town manager can answer instead. So it's really back to, maybe it's 2 questions again about the bulk and mass and so forth. And we have a policy about basements, and the policy basically says we want to put basements in to kind of hide some of the total mass of a building, some of the square footage. So we don't count basement square footage, but there's some discussion of this project violating our basement policy, which I didn't understand because it's doing what I think it should do. The total with the basement is now a 3,000 square foot house, so maybe they're saying, well, it's really a 3,000 square foot house, you're only making it look like a 2,300 square foot house, but I think that's what the basement policy is supposed to do. So maybe you can help me understand the basement policy a little better.
So I think what we're talking about is our cellar policy, and there is a fine distinction.
Sorry.
I'm sorry to mention that. And you're correct, the general plan and the cellar policy essentially encourage putting mass below, and so that's the intent of the policy. In terms of how it works for this particular project, I would need to defer to Director Paulson or Planner Walters for those specifics.
So in this case, the seller meets our seller policy, what's being proposed by the applicant. If it's below grade, there's nothing projecting above 4 feet, then it's not counted towards our countable FAR. So in this case, that square footage is not included in the countable floor area for the site.
If I could follow on with a different question?
Before you
Sure.
I want to stick to sellers. Was there more to the seller policy based on, one, my memory, and secondly, your staff report, that it's not only how far down the seller goes, but that a use of a seller contributes to the reduction of the home above the seller?
That is correct. That's the intent of the policy.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So my next question, again, along the same lines, but now it's talking about the garages. So we're saying this house, what's above ground and what's visible, we're talking about the whole mass and scale and so forth. And you have a chart on page 4 that went to the Planning Commission, so that's attachment 1, that shows the house plus the garage. And they've now they're going for a one-car garage, so the garage is only 244 square feet, which was part of the parking discussion. So when you look at house plus garage and you compare to the others in the area which have larger garages, which I assume are all above ground, the mass is less than a lot of the other houses nearby now, and it's not almost the biggest house in the neighborhood. Why do we not look at it that way when we say there's too much mass and scale for this house?
Staff looked at the second level, and with regard to height and mass at the second level, staff agrees that the single-car garages and the setback from the first floor to the second story does create relief in terms of massing on that front elevation. However, we were looking at it from the standpoint of height.
Height and what's on the upper level more?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Jensen.
As an aside, the policy committee at its last meeting actually considered the basement cellar policy and attempted to resolve the perpetual question of what's a basement and what's a cellar. So hopefully we'll be bringing that back to a meeting soon. But with respect to the current policy, as I understand it from Mr. Rennie, it's a cellar, which is the not counted in the FAR, can be used in lieu of visible mass. So in this case, it's not getting counted. However, even though it's not being counted, the visible mass is still about 3 feet higher than the other houses in the neighborhood, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go back to you. You ready for the trees?
I am.
Okay.
I can answer one question with regards to tree 14, which is the 36-inch diameter tree located directly behind the proposed home and in the rear yard. So that really limits the applicant towards how far they can go back. And in the arborist report, it's rated as fair and moderate. So it's not in poor condition. It is a healthy tree. There's very few trees that are of greater quality than fair, so that's typically what we try to save is a fair tree.
And you may have just said it. What's the circumference or diameter?
That's a 36-inch oak.
Okay. Other questions? Ms. Sayak.
Thank you. Ms. Walters, during the Planning Commission hearings, I know there was discussion about, I think it was tree related, but the reason why the home increased in height by 2 feet was it because they were trying to save adjacent tree roots, or was it because of the proposed cellar?
So the grading and the proposed height of the house is designed to save the trees that are adjacent on the adjacent properties and also provide positive drainage. So that's why it's been proposed as is.
And the adjacent trees where you were trying to protect, what conditions were those, if you could remind me?
Let me take a look. So tree number 6, which is located on the right-hand side of the proposed project, that is also in fair and moderate condition. That is a 23-inch oak tree. And then to the left of the proposed project on the adjacent property, it's a 16-inch birch tree, and that is also a fair and moderate.
Ms. Jensen.
Just to follow up on your earlier response, that the height of the building is in order to protect trees. I'm assuming that you could protect trees if you made the building smaller. So it's to protect trees given the size that the applicant or the appellant wants to build, correct?
That's correct. In terms of how the grading is done and the foundation work is done around the house is being placed there based on the adjacent grading. Of course, the height of a home can be modified through different roof pitches or different architectural design.
And if you made the house smaller, you wouldn't have the issue?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions of staff? All right, this is a public hearing. This is an appeal. And so I do have a card. We will begin with the appellant and the appellant's team. The name I have is Lance Tate. If you can please come forward, you and your team will have a collective 10 minutes.
Fortunately, it's just me tonight. Chris Spalding couldn't be here. He's on vacation. We'll make that up to me later. Good evening, council members. I appreciate your time and consideration of our project. My name is Lance Tate. I am representing the applicant Urban West. I'll try to be brief in my comments. I believe between staff's presentation and my letter that we've covered most of what is pertinent tonight. With staff's input, we designed a house that's 100% compliant with the town guidelines. I believe this is a fact that bears repeating. We are 100% compliant with every town guideline. Additionally, the town's contributing architect, Larry Cannon, felt that our house was compatible with the neighborhood in size, scale, mass, and character. Using the town's own 225 rule, we have two two-story homes we have two-story homes, 2 to our left and 2 to our right. And then directly across the street from us in order, we have a condo complex, a 2-story house, a 2-story house, and another large condo complex. Our proposed design would replace an existing 2-story house with another 2-story house that's 2 feet 9 inches higher than the existing structure. Additionally, our new design is 2,326 square feet, which makes us the second largest home on the street, on a comparable lot. Of course, there are structures across the street that are much larger, but they're on larger lots, so they weren't considered in consideration of our project. There have been concerns over privacy with our neighbors, notably the Kellys and Kay Thompson. We've been fortunate enough to have very civil and productive conversations with the Kellys regarding possible solutions to their privacy issue. And one of the results of that was the house being lowered by 6 inches and the window by 8. Additionally, I met face-to-face with Kay Thompson and offered privacy screening along that side of along her side of the property as well. So the big issue with the Kellys was the size of the window across the back of the property. Like I said, we lowered the house. The other thing we did is we offered the privacy screening. I wanted to give you a few images of what that looked like. What you're looking at is a picture from the Kellys' backyard looking at the story poles of our project. Not responding. Okay. And what this next picture is we had a rendering done of what the privacy screening would possibly look like if it were to be planted on our side of the property. Not working. Sorry, it's an important visual. There we go. So as you can see, the tree screening we've proposed would go a long distance to address the privacy concerns of the Kellys. Are we back in action? And this was a diagram drawn by Chris Spalding showing the sight line with the lowering of the house and the addition of the privacy trees, which would essentially eliminate the sight line from our property to the Kelly's backyard. In Ms. Kelly's letter, she suggested that we should have pursued a single-story home. I agree with her. I would have loved to come forth with a single-story home, but with the existence of Tree 14, it just wasn't a feasible option for us because it took up such a large part of our buildable envelope with its placement on the property. Despite the concerns of the Kellys and despite the concerns of Ms. Thompson, two people I've actually grown to like very much, it was very unfortunate we couldn't come to a solution that was satisfactory to them. But the fact remains we've presented a house that is fully compliant with the town guidelines. It's compatible, not only in my opinion, but far more importantly in the opinion of Mr. Cannon, that the house is compatible in scale, mass, height, and character. Given these objective facts, we really don't feel there are any grounds to deny our appeal. So, again, I want to thank you for your time and your consideration. I look forward to answering any questions you have.
Thank you. Mr. Rennie.
Two questions. Thank you, Mayor Spector. So you lowered the height 6 inches. Did you lose sill height on the first floor? What's your sill height now?
It's the same. We just lowered the structure 6 inches.
Okay, so that means ceilings are going to be, what, 9 foot inside?
I believe we're 9.5 is our highest, which is about the low limit we like to set.
Okay. Second question. So I know from reading, Mrs. Kelly made comments that when the story poles were up, it looked huge, and she was very awed at how it had changed. It's only 2'9" taller, which is doesn't seem a lot to me. How much wider is it across the back? She won't be able to answer that for me probably, but because you went from 823 square feet on the top to 946, did you just make it really wide across the back so it looked really big to her that way?
I think the better description, it wasn't wide as much as we lengthened it because we brought the building forward. There's a large courtyard up front. So I believe we just...
But lengthening it wouldn't be visible to her, would it?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Sayak.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. So I was trying to understand the back and forth. Basically, what happened, what fell apart in the second, between the first and the second. And can you give me your interpretation of the difference between putting landscaping on your yard versus their yard, the pros and cons of either?
Yeah, well, I'll answer your second question first, if that's okay. It was the belief of the Kellys that if we planted on their side, they would have control of it. Their concern was that if it was planted on our side, the eventual homeowner could tear the trees out, eliminating their own privacy as well as the Kellys' privacy.
So if I can follow that then, but if I'm understanding the second Planning Commission hearing correctly, they chose not to put it in their yard. And that's what I'm trying to understand. What were the constraints of planting landscaping on their side of the fence?
There was a communication breakdown. Long story short, I went on vacation and my 80-year-old father took over the negotiations, and time moves faster in his head than the rest of the world's. So there was just a miscommunication over how the process would work.
Okay.
And I think it left a sour taste in the Kellys' mouths.
And then if a third follow-up, have any conversations occurred since the second Planning Commission meeting?
Yes, I met with the Kellys, and their position now is the house is just too tall, in their opinion.
And landscaping on your side is not an issue that, and I will ask them this, but that's not something that they are considering.
Correct. Although we remain committed to doing it on our side or their side,
Okay, thank you.
regardless of the outcome.
Okay.
Let me follow up with that. In reading the materials we have, and specifically the transcript from the Planning Commission meetings, there were a couple references that from the applicant's point of view, the height that you want is necessary to have a sellable house. You need the height to sell the home. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, when we purchased the property, we explored the opportunity to remodel the existing home. The unfortunate part of it is they have very low ceilings. Most modern buyers want at least a 9-foot plate height, a 9-foot height in their ceiling area. I think in a lot of the areas it's 7.5 to 8 feet in the current property. We would have to lower to, I mean, I'm assuming to get to what the Kellys wanted, we'd have to lower the plate heights to almost 8 feet, which just is an unworkable situation on the lower level.
Thank you. Mr. Rennie?
So one final question. Have you changed anything since the Planning Commission?
We have not.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to go to Mr. Leonardis first.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Mr. Tate, did you take into consideration the recommendations by the consulting architect about the chimney and then the shingle exterior?
Correct. We made the changes he recommended.
Incorporated. And then the other question is, seems like these days nobody in their right mind wants to build a home like this with a one-car garage. Why not build a two-car garage?
Well, there were two factors there. One was with discussions with staff, they felt that limiting it to a one-car garage focused on the entry of the building and made it a more desirable streetscape along Overlook. Secondly, and this was something I agree with, we feel it'll actually be used for parking, the likelihood that that space will actually be used for parking as opposed to storage. I don't know about you guys, but my garage is a storage unit for my wife and myself, if she's watching. So we really felt that it would actually benefit the area more than take away from it, because people would actually park in the designated parking spot as opposed on in front of the garage or on the street.
Mr. Leonardis, there you go.
Thank you, Mayor. Would there be a possibility to incorporate a two-car garage into the plan? I understand what you're saying, different strokes for different folks, but to me it seems that there would be more of an argument for a two-car garage, especially if one spouse is going to fill the garage with skis and camping equipment and such, and then park their Tesla in the other part. So I'm trying to get my arms around this. Why wouldn't that be desirable?
I mean, it could be desirable both ways, I guess. It'd be a matter of opinion. This would be my answer.
But I guess it's something you'd prefer not to incorporate into the design at this time. Does it take away from the square footage of the house? Does it make it harder to design the house? Is there some...
I don't believe that's the case. I believe that was actually a response to input from staff regarding the view along the street.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sayak?
Thank you. So I believe in response to Councilmember Rennie, you had mentioned that your plate heights were 9.5?
I believe we're 9.5 at the highest, and we have a few 8.5 locations, but they're next to vaults, which were the ceiling vaults, so it adds height to the room.
So what I was going to ask is, you just mentioned that most buyers prefer a minimum of 9. If you actually decreased it to 9, would your sight line change in any way to help increase the privacy that's being sought?
Without Chris here, I couldn't answer that. I'd give you an educated answer on that.
Okay.
Other questions? Thank you, sir. You have no further questions. I have no cards on this. A lot of people appeared up. All right, I do have a card, but it's just not here yet. If anybody wishes to address us on this matter, please give a card to staff over here with your name on it. Hang on just a moment. Kate Thompson, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to know if everybody received my pros and cons on July 26th, and I hope you read it, because I put down all of my feelings on that. I don't really want to go over them again unless you didn't read them. All right, I'm Kate Thompson. I live at 18121 Overlook Road. I live to right of the new house that's planned, and it's the downhill side. I moved there 45 years ago. There were 5 new houses in a row right there, and I moved into that second house on the street, and I loved it because it was very eclectic. I was surrounded by townhouses, a historical house that was squatters, hippie squatters were living in, and little shacks and cottages all around me. Now all of those cottages are beautiful homes. The squatters is David and Larry's house, which they restored into this beautiful historical building and property. So the property and the whole area has grown into really a lovely, lovely area, and I'm very proud to live there. Mr. Tate is a local boy, and he is trying to make a profit, which is normal for anybody that's wanting to invest in something. But even though there are many remodels in the area, which are large, quite large, and they do enhance the neighborhood, they seem appropriate for the neighborhood and the size of the lots. This house is quite beautiful, but not for this lot. I'm going to repeat the issues. I'm not going to repeat the issues that I have in my letter. I have a design background. I tried once to get into Taliesin West, but because I was a girl, they wouldn't accept girls at the time. Is that it?
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. So I do have a few solutions of myself, but I will just make a quote. And this is Frank Lloyd Wright. Designs that blend well in its environment are preferable. Grow naturally from its environment. And that's all I have to say on that.
Thank you very much. We have no questions. Thank you.
Did anybody?
Yeah, and everybody, yes, we do have your materials. Thank you very much. I have no other cards. See no one that's coming forward. I don't know. Well, the appellant, you have 5 minutes. So come on up if you'd like to use your 5 minutes. Generally, it's to respond to those who have spoken.
I guess I'll just revisit the fact that we've designed a house that basically followed the town's rules, the guidelines, as well as the 225 rule. I respect everyone's right to their opinion. I just do feel that we do pay a contributing architect to chime in on the design that we put forward, and he did agree that it met all the compatibility, character, size, and mass for the neighborhood. So,
questions? Yes, Mr. Rennie.
I wanted to ask Mrs. Kelly this, but she didn't come and speak, so I was going to ask you. Yes. So you lowered the house 6 inches and you lowered the window 8 inches.
Correct.
But it's the floor of the room that makes a difference on where the eyes are, right? If you lower the window 8 inches, I just can't see the sky as well. I don't see the point in that. Did that make her feel like it was less ominous window by being smaller? Do you have any input on that?
I don't recall what her statement. I don't want to speak on Ms. Kelly's behalf.
Does it hurt your design that you've made the window smaller?
No. I mean, it does lower sightline to some degree. I think the goal was to limit her view of the window, which I do believe we accomplished that.
Okay, I think I see. Thanks.
Other questions? Mr. Leonardis.
Mr. Tate, I'm trying to decipher this from the drawings. What is the pitch of the roof on this?
Oh.
Like a 4 and 12, a 6 and 12? And how does that fit with the other neighboring properties?
I don't actually have that answer for you.
I will ask staff.
Okay, there you go.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. We'll now close the public testimony portion of this hearing and look to the council for motion, questions, discussion. Start with Mr. Leonardis. Do you have questions?
I think Ms. Peretti has the answer for me, or Ms. Walters.
Yes, it's a 4 and 12.
Thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Sayak.
Ms. Walters, I had asked the applicant the question if they had lowered the plate height. Do you know, by looking at where it's at 9.5, if that affects sight lines at all?
So the first floor is a 9-foot 6-inch plate height, and the second floor is an 8-foot 6-inch floor plate height. So by lowering the first floor, if you reduce the plate height on the first floor, there would be some reduction in sightline.
Sayak?
And looking at this, I wish Mr. Spalding were here. Based on your knowledge of the site, do you think in any way that would help mitigate some of the privacy concerns that have been discussed?
It would add to it. I don't know if it would fully cover the concerns by the rear neighbor.
And one last question. Since the rear neighbors aren't present, do you know, have you had conversations since the Planning Commission hearing if there are any options that they would be willing to consider or that they feel would help ease the situation?
So I have spoke with the rear neighbors. They apologize for not being able to be in attendance. They're on vacation. So they did provide an attachment to the staff report with their concerns. They do have privacy concerns, and as in the letter it stated, their overall concerns are also just the overall mass and height and view from their rear yard.
Mr. Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Ms. Walters, the applicant said that staff recommended a one-car garage because they thought it would be visually more appealing, or what was the rationale behind that? It seems counterproductive.
So when the application came forth 2 years ago, it included a one-car garage. Because of the narrowness of the lot, currently, as you can see, there's a two-car garage in front of the home, and so it really blocks the front porch and entry feature. Our design guide, the town's design guidelines do encourage to provide a streetscape appearance onto the street, which would include a front entryway. So in speaking with the town's consulting architect, he actually felt that it was a good design with regards to the one-car garage because it did open up that front porch feeling.
Thank you.
Mr. Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So since the applicant wasn't able to answer it, how is the second floor of the house changed? We know we went from 823 square feet to 946. Did they keep it the same width but make it longer so that now it actually affects Mrs. Thompson more? He seemed to indicate that they didn't make it any wider, it got longer, which means wider to Mrs. Thompson.
There's a balcony on the existing, so the differences are the roof pitch is different, the window placement's different, the location of the building would be similar in terms of where it's located, but the roof pitch does create, and the plate heights do create a higher condition next to the home, I mean adjacent to the adjacent neighbor. Does that answer your question?
Not really.
Okay.
I was asking about, did we go from a square box to a long box, or did we just increase each side equally, was really more the question.
Sure. So the existing home is more of a square box. This is a more elongated rectangle that comes towards the front of the property.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Other questions? Discussion? Motion? Ms. Jensen?
I'm going to start with the discussion. I'm not going to make it a motion because I'm not sure. I'm interested to hear what other people have to say. However, because it's an appeal, I'm viewing it as from the viewpoint of what are the grounds that I could grant an appeal on, and there are three of them. One, that the Planning Commission abused its discretion in making the decision that it did. Number two, that there is new information that wasn't available at the time of the Planning Commission hearing. That's not true here. And number three, that there is some policy issue or discussion that the Planning Commission could not engage in, only the Town Council. That's also not true here. So I have to look and see, well, did the Planning Commission abuse its discretion? And what I hear the appellants say are basically those two things. Number one, we complied with the town guidelines. And number two, the town architect said that this house was fine. So these are two of my favorite things to get on a soapbox about. The residential design guidelines are a relatively thick document that was created by planning commissioners, general plan, other people who walk neighborhoods, and they were designed to give information to applicants about how do you go about making your proposed house compatible with the neighborhood. The 225 is a little box on one page that is illustrative of what the rest of the document says. So by saying that I comply with 225, I say, well, read the rest of the document and use your discretion to figure out whether or not it's compatible. So I think it's perfectly acceptable for the Planning Commission to say, well, it's technically compliant, and we're going to take into account the box, but we're not going to make that the basis of our decision, and we're going to determine that this house is not compatible with the neighborhood based upon its mass and scale. So if I look at going from a 1,646 square foot, 25-foot tall house to a 27-foot, 9-inch, 2,600 square foot house, I'm looking at a pretty significant difference, and I'm able to look at those residential design guidelines, and actually I can't come up with the passage right now because I didn't bring it, but there's a paragraph about how you figure out that houses fit in, and it's not a mathematical equation, it's a discretionary call. So we trust the Planning Commission to make those discretionary calls, and I, for one, don't think that there's some abuse of discretion in that. My second point that I like to get on my soapbox about is the consulting architect. And when I first came on the council, one of the things I wanted to do was, because I came from the Planning Commission, change the way we looked at what the consulting architect did, because we had a person who was being set up as an arbiter of what the Planning Commission should do, such that if the town architect said, well, it's okay with me, everybody was supposed to get in line and say that was fine, and we weren't considering alternatives, we weren't doing anything. So the town council actually changed the policy to make sure that the consulting architect had a role as consultant, and it was one of many factors that the Planning Commission could take into account in deciding whether or not the house was or the project was appropriate. So the fact that the consulting architect said it was fine is only one single factor in the Commission's discussion and consideration. And for those reasons, I couldn't find personally that the Planning Commission abused its discretion, and I don't think we have grounds to grant the appeal. What I'm interested in hearing from other members of the council is there something that the other council members believe is salvageable that's not so dramatically different that it's worth returning to the Planning Commission? I'm not sure that that's the case.
Thank you. Let me follow up on that. Maybe this is because we both come from the Planning Commission some time ago. I look at the law, the rules that are given to us, we the council, when we have an appeal. And Ms. Jensen just went through the three bases of the council granting an appeal. And I couldn't find, neither could I find a reason to grant the appeal. I thought that the Planning Commission tried really hard, and I applaud them, to make this house work. They wanted to give the applicant, the appellant, time. They wanted to give the applicant, appellant latitude, and nothing ever changed of any significance whatsoever. We have a very large house that is being proposed here. And yes, we're told that it fits within the numbers as far as, square footage, setbacks, that kind of thing. But if all we did in this town at the Planning Commission Council was look at those numbers, you wouldn't need any of us. You wouldn't even need staff. All you would need to do is put it into a computer and it would spit out the answer, and that's all it would take. However, what we do have is this is an architecture and site application. We have an architecture and site ordinance, and that ordinance, amongst many other things, has us consider landscaping, has us consider site layout, has us consider exterior architectural design. And so those are just some of the elements of an architecture and site application and what we look at in that architecture and site application. So as with Ms. Jensen, I also, unless I hear something from the other people up here, I don't find a basis for reversing or overturning the Planning Commission. And I do find reasons in our architecture and site application to originally have turned this application down. Further discussion, or maybe a motion. Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I'll maybe keep it a little shorter. I also have trouble finding that there was any abuse of discretion or errors. There's no more new information, and there's the third reason, council, they weren't able to give a decision because it was a council prerogative kind of thing. That doesn't fit here also. My only apprehension with completely denying it, which means they have to start over, pay the whole fee, versus if we were to remand it back to Planning Commission, then it's a much smaller fee. I know this applicant's been working on this for 2 years, trying to make it work. And when I look through the Planning Commission minutes, certainly of the first meeting, it looks like they were almost there. They're saying they're not really concerned about the parking after they discussed it. They're not really concerned about the mass and scale. It was more only the height and the privacy in the back. So it felt like the Planning Commission was close. And then the second meeting, they spent 30 pages talking about whether the tree, which side of the way the tree was going to be planted. And then they kind of gave up and said, well, okay, mass and scale doesn't fit. So, I mean, I agree that we can't overturn it, but I hate to also make the applicant kind of start over when it seemed like they were close, the Planning Commission was close to a solution. So I'll leave my comments there and see what others have to say.
Further comments, motion, Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. It seems like every time we get one of these appeals, it's always because there's a bunch of old houses around it. Someone wants to build a new house, and they try to get the most out of the lot, which is human nature, I guess you could say. They want to use the highest and best use. But when you look at the floor area ratio, it's 0.33% of the 7,000 lot, I guess. And you compare it to the other ratios in the neighborhood, with the exception of, I guess, the townhomes or whatever they were, and it is the larger home. So we run into these appeals often up here, and you know, my concern about this particular property is the garage situation. So if I were going to remand it back to planning, I would remand it back with the direction that the garage be a 2-car garage and not a 1-car garage. And those are my thoughts regarding the privacy and the height and the consulting architect and all those kinds of things. I would think, do we cover, the garage is not covered in FAR, is that correct, for the purposes of?
That's correct.
So if it were a 2-car garage, that might cut back on the FAR as well and make the house more smaller, more compatible.
Ms. Sayak.
Question of staff before I make comments. I'm sorry. There's no, I certainly can't make a decision or findings that the Planning Commission aired. What I do want to hear from staff is, what are our options at this point? We can deny, if we were to deny the appeal, the applicant can certainly start over and begin the entire process from the beginning. But what's the difference between denying it and remanding it, understanding that even a remand, they can choose not to even pursue that action?
Thank you for the question. So if we deny the application, then it sends a very clear message that this design is not appropriate and that they would have to start over. So basically they would need to, and if you remand it, they would, with direction, say a 1-story home with a 2-car garage and any other parameters you wish to put forward, they would basically need to redesign the property anyway, which would mean all of the technical reviews would still have to occur on engineering staff as well as planning staff. So We may need to look at trees. We may need to look at other issues if they decide that, okay, now they are going to take down tree 14, for example. So that would mean that we would have to do the reviews anyway. So by saying and I can appreciate you're trying to reduce the costs for the applicant, but that just means that the town is eating those costs, quite frankly. So we are a cost recovery business, so the time that the staff takes to evaluate the application, whether it's in Public Works or in the Planning Division, is something that is a fee for service. We can look to see if there are other options to salvage some of the technical work, so that way they don't have to pay twice for certain other reviews. But if it's a new design, then that means a new consulting architect report. One option would be that the house is so small that perhaps the application doesn't need to go to Planning Commission, and it could be done through a Development Review Committee. So that would be a cost savings, but that would probably mean a much smaller home that would be at the discretion of the property owner to pursue.
Ms. Jensen.
Okay, I'm going to try to make a motion and see what happens. And my motion is that we adopt a resolution denying the appeal of the Planning Commission decision, denying architecture and site application S14056, and adopt the resolution that is contained in our staff report at attachment 13. The reason that I would not go for a remand is that we would be put in the position here of attempting to completely redesign the house and sending it back to the Planning Commission with significant changes. For example, make a two-car garage, make it way smaller, take a tree out, don't take a tree out. And those are so significant that I don't think it's appropriate for the council to do that here. I think it's ultimately, regardless of cost recovery or cost, the significance of the changes that I think that have been discussed both at the Planning Commission and here tonight make it impractical to send it back with any kind of reasonable direction to the applicant. And so my motion is to simply deny it, and the applicant can review the record and choose to do what he or she wishes following that.
All right, I'm going to second the motion. I know that in the recent past, this council has remanded architecture and site applications back to the Planning Commission. I know that we have indicated that we do that in part to save the applicant money. I also know that when we do that, we could be costing the town money. But I believe that that option should be opened, if at all, to applicants who have made an attempt with the Planning Commission to modify the design at the Planning Commission's request. That didn't happen in this instance. Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I think I agree with Councilwoman Jensen with every word she said. I would say, originally I was thinking, how do we save the applicant money? How do we make it easier for them? But I think I agree completely with her that in order to remand it, we would have to up here say exactly what we thought should change, and I don't think we've studied it well enough to really, and I don't think we agree on what the changes would be, so it doesn't make sense to try to remand it. So I'll support Councilwoman Jensen's motion.
Further discussion. Ms. Sayak.
I just want to clarify on that note that oftentimes when we have remanded, it was when there was new information available, and in this particular case, there was not.
All right, seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. We have a motion to deny the appeal. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. We are now on agenda item 9, other business. Agenda item 9, adoption of an ordinance to increase transient occupancy tax from 10 to 12% and a resolution to place a measure increasing that tax on the November 2016 general election ballot.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a very brief report to you. In your packet is a report that describes the action of June 21st, at which time the council directed that we come back with the necessary ordinances and resolutions to propose an increase in our transient occupancy tax by 2% from 10% to 12%. This is something that, according to state law, requires a 2/3 vote of our town council to place it on the ballot, which means 4 out of the 5 council members must affirm moving in this direction. We do provide some choices on the bottom of page 4 and the top of bottom of page 3 and the top of page 4 for the specific ballot language. We did not want to presume one particular path for your consideration, so there are 5 options, and should the council wish to move forward, we would like to have your direction as to which of the 5 you wish to move forward. There is a desk item tonight with public comment for your consideration, and the town attorney and I are available to answer any questions.
Mr. Schultz?
I would just add, in the examples we gave you, the very first one did come from our consultant Lou Edwards as a potential language ballot, so that came directly from us, but we didn't feel like we should just, as the town manager mentioned, just give you that one, but give you options.
Thank you. Other questions of staff? Ms. Jensen?
I had a question regarding the desk items, the letters that we got from essentially the internet advocacy groups. And so my question is, the language that we've been given includes taxing online, reservations, etc. And so my question is that legal? Are the letters that we got correct? And if it's legal, can you point me to any other community in the Bay Area or wherever that is taxing online reservations?
So it's perfectly legal right now. There certainly is lobbying going on by the internet industry to try to make it illegal on that fee, but it's currently legal. All TOT ordinances that have been updated in the past 4 years have taken this exact language and are also taxing the internet services on the full amount that they charge, and don't try to separate out the fee amount. So it is currently legal. If in fact federal law or state law changed it on us, then just that clause is all. We have the severance clause in there. So if at some point in time in the future it was determined that we could not collect that from the internet services, then we have the severance clause and it would just be subtracted from it at that time. And currently, I'm trying to think of the last one that I took a lot of this from was Davis, and there might have been a few other ones that have done it in the last 3 or 4 years, and everyone is heading towards this. This is the League of California Cities model to do this, because there is quite a bit being lost on the table from what they claim is the rate that they charge the customer and then what the fee is. And it could be as much as $40 or $50 that we would be missing out on the TOT for.
Further questions? Mr. Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you remind me so we're raising our TOT tax from 10 to 12, we're proposing. What are the surrounding cities' percentages now? There's, some of the letters we got where we're going to lose business and so forth, but my impression was we were moving sort of to the average.
That's correct. At the bottom of page 2 of your staff report, the average TOT is currently 11% in Santa Clara County. Palo Alto is the highest at 14%. The city of Gilroy is the lowest at 9%. City of San Jose and Mountain View are each at 10. Campbell and Cupertino are already at 12, and Santa Clara is at 11.5.
Mr. Rennie?
Follow-on question. Also, in one of the letters, they mentioned something about it was illegal to do this by federal law or something to that effect. Can the town attorney comment on that?
Yeah.
Violates federal law is what they said.
Yeah. The California League of Cities and all other cities and towns don't agree with that analysis, and it hasn't been decided. Like I said, there's lobbying going on to prevent the taxation on a fee or service, but as it states right now, you're allowed to obtain the percentage based on the total rack rate that they charge the customer. What they're trying to say is if the rack rate that you pay is $150, but the hotel is only getting $90 and $60, $50 or whatever the difference is goes to the internet service provider, they only have to pay the TOT on the $90 and not on the $150 that the customer pays.
Follow on if I could. So right now, we charge 10%. Aren't we violating it according to them now at 10%?
No, because right now, we're not getting that 10% on the full amount of $150. They're only paying us the $90 because our ordinance doesn't specifically spell that out. But we're getting 10% on the $90, and now we'll get 12% on the $150 under my scenario.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Assuming that this council adopts this evening, can you kind of cover the process, what will happen next, such as the town attorney would write some kind of an impartial analysis. Somebody may write a ballot argument for, someone might write a ballot argument against, all those kinds of things, the next steps, what the community can expect.
Sure. And I'll go back. Palo Alto was the other one. They, in 2014, took this exact same model, and they, I have been collecting from the internet bookings also. So the next step, yes, within 10 days, I write an impartial ballot measure, and that is the language that goes with the actual ballot measure that goes to the county within a certain amount of time, and we'll provide those exact dates, and the clerk will send that out as to when the arguments are for or against. Council can make that argument if it would like to in favor of it, or members of the public can. And there's a process you go through as to who gets priority on that line. So I don't have the exact dates of that, but once it's approved, then we would put that on our website to make sure those dates are known and allow for the process if council would like to be do a ballot measure for the ordinance.
Mr. Leonardis.
So, Mr. Schultz, a majority of council members could make an argument in favor of, draft it or at least sign?
Yes, sign it, yes.
Okay, and that could be independent of our duties as council members?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. I don't have any cards. Does anyone wish to address us on this agenda item? Seeing that no one has rushed forward, I will now close the public testimony of this hearing and look to the council for a motion discussion. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Going back to the specific language, I think it was bullet number 1 at the bottom of page 3. Is that the one most popular, adoptable?
We provided 5 options. The bullet item on the bottom of page 3 was the one, as the town attorney mentioned, that came from the consultants who were advising us in the spring. So that is for your consideration.
All right, thank you.
Well, then I will, with regard to those 5 options, and understanding that the one at the bottom of page 3 is the one that has been drafted by our consultants. And I can understand why they did, because it uses all those little words like playground equipment and potholes and beautifying the downtown. And if that's the way this council wants to go, I wouldn't have an objection. However, for my style, I like the second one because I think it's cleaner and straighter. Mr. Leonardis.
Since nobody's jumping in, I would go ahead and move to adopt the recommendations in the staff report 1, 2, and 3 on page 1 of the staff report. And I agree with cleaner. I like your idea of that language. However, we hired the consultant and we paid him $120,000 a year, so I'd like to think we are getting some return on that money. So I'd go with the bullet, the language at the bottom of page 3, as the language to support the measure.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Ms. Sayak.
I'll second the motion. And one couple questions in addition to that. One is, as part of the member of the ad hoc committee that brought this forward, what we were trying to do was try to make Los Gatos comparable with the adjacent cities. We weren't taxing anyone more than our surrounding neighbors, but we felt that because of a lack of resources and the apparent need, that bringing us up to par with our surrounding neighbors was a fair way to look at additional resources. So regardless of how we proceed, I'd want to make sure that the language in support of this highlights that point, that we're not taxing ourselves much more, but just bringing us up to par with our surrounding neighbors. So I will second the motion, and somewhere along the line, I'd also ask our staff to contact the members of the ad hoc committee that did work so hard on this to see if there's any interest on their part in following the proceedings and participating in any way they feel fit.
Further discussion. Mr. Rennie.
Really, I want to ask Councilwoman Sayak a question, but I know that's not our protocol, so I'll ask it of staff, and maybe she can answer it also. I understand that the ad hoc committee considered raising it to 13% instead of 12%. Why did 12% went out? Why did some want 13%?
Ms. Pravetti?
I don't recall the exact discussion, but I think there was some interest that just a 2% wouldn't really provide as much fiscal benefit to the town. The members of the ad hoc committee may have a better recollection, but I think the thought was that if we're going to go ahead with an increase, let's make sure we're getting some good return for that investment.
Okay.
Ms. Jensen.
I had a question, actually, of staff, which is, do we actually have to select the ballot language now? Because I think that I also disagree that I don't like number one, regardless of whether the consultant put it out there or not. So I just want to know, do we have to choose now, or can we look at whatever comes back to us? Should we vote for this and then decide what that language is going to be?
No, we need to make a decision. It has to go to the county
Decide
clerk
now.
within the next week. I suppose we could continue it for a few days, but you couldn't wait till the August 16th meeting either. We have to move forward with it. And the other part of that was, I do have some of the dates here on the due date for arguments is already August 17th, and then the rebuttals is August 23rd. So we'll make sure the council knows of that and coordinate any argument in favor if they want to sign that.
Following up on what Ms. Jensen was saying, if we had more time, I would suggest that we bifurcate these motions and do one relating to placing this on the ballot and another one on the supporting language, but we don't have that luxury right now. So I will somewhat reluctantly be supporting the motion. Further discussion. Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, now, before we go on to agenda item 10 regarding the plan development, we will take a short break. We'll be right back. All right, please have a seat. Thank you. We are on agenda item 10. Direct staff to prepare proposed amendments to our ordinances regarding the recommendations from the Plan Development Study Committee. We will have a staff report. It looks like it's from Mr. Polson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, council members. Discussions regarding potential modifications to the plan development ordinance began most recently in late November of 2013. Following some discussions and some Town Council Policy Committee drafts that were considered in April of 2015, the Town Council appointed 4 members to join our General Plan Committee, and that formed our Plan Development Study Committee. And so the Plan Development Study Committee was tasked with reviewing kind of the history and the processes revolving around the Plan Development Ordinance and its how it had been implemented over the years. And then they also tasked the committee with looking at the conditional use permit table as it relates to the allowance that where someone could do residential uses in a commercial zone through a conditional use permit. So those were their 2 tasks. They began their work in September of 2015, and after 8 meetings in January of 2016, they forwarded their recommendations on for council consideration to be forwarded on to Planning Commission after amendments were actually prepared. The Plan Development Study Committee had ultimately eight meetings. A lot of information was asked for, a lot of information was received. Probably not all of the information that everyone would have hoped to get was able to be obtained, but the Plan Development Study Committee did a great job. We obviously have members of the council that are on that body, and there's a number of members in the audience who also participated in that process. Prior to Planning Commission considering amendments, staff will need to go through the general plan, the town code, and other policy documents to look at the recommendations that the Plan Development Study Committee forwarded and how those relate to all of those various documents so that we can try to ensure consistency across documents, which is something that can be challenging, but that's something we really want to make sure we get a handle on this time so that we can maintain that consistency. So staff would prepare those amendments, and then those would go forward to the Planning Commission, who would conduct public hearings on all those amendments, and then ultimately they'd forward a recommendation to the Town Council for your consideration. And that concludes staff's presentation this evening, and we're available for questions.
Thank you, and thank you to the Plan Development Committee, some of whom I know are here, and all the others are, of course, watching us on television. Question, in the staff report, there was input from individual committee members, and if, for example, I agreed with that input, would that be something that we would deal with here at the council meeting, or is it something that would go back to the Planning Commission and they would consider it?
Well, I think either option is appropriate. We plan to forward all of this documentation in addition to all the amendments that we'll be drafting to the Planning Commission. So the executive summary from the chair and vice chair of the committee would definitely be forwarded to them. But if you have specific input that you'd like on the record that we can forward to the Planning Commission, we're happy to accept that.
Other questions of staff? Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. My question, and I'm going to ask it of staff, and I'm hoping if any of the ad hoc committee members get up and speak, maybe they'll also speak to it. I'm concerned about the 40%, I don't know how to, on page 2 of attachment 4, 4A, number 4A under findings, that it says results in innovative and creative site planning to develop, and there's a whole list, but one of the options is housing with a minimum of 40% of the units affordable to households of very low, low, or moderate income. So my concern is 40% may be too high a bar to make this affordable, make it economic sense for a developer to be able to afford to do a development that's 40% affordable unless they have state money as part of it for affordable housing. How did we come to 40%, and how do we know, are we trying to just get basically projects that are from, the nonprofit housing organizations, or are we hoping, a regular developer will come and see that economically feasible to do that project? So if you could talk to that a little bit.
Well, I can talk to it a little bit, and then obviously we have committee members, as I said, on council, and some may speak. But I think the goal was, our inclusionary housing already runs from about 10% to 20%. So we really wanted kind of that incentive of, if you're really going above and beyond and providing a significant amount of affordable housing, that would be one of the findings that's an option to specifically meet for
And I agree, we definitely want it higher than 20%. I'm just wondering, are we starting to reach that point that it doesn't make sense for developers? And did we do any kind of analysis to figure out how do we choose this number? Maybe 35% would be a better number, for example. Or could we go to 45%? How did we get to this number?
The development community was following this process very closely, and so this was one of the items that that was considered with testimony. We find from our work on the housing element and other issues that the 40% was something that was a fair basis. I'm sure you will always find a developer who will find anything over even a 5% inclusionary to be too much and a challenge for financial feasibility. But I would point out that item 4 are all ors, so it's not an and, but those are choices. So, but that's something that, as it goes through the process with Planning Commission, I'm sure we'll have other members of the development community coming forward and providing additional input to you before you make your final decision.
Okay, thank you.
And just because I'm trying to catch up with the two of you, Mr. Rennie was making reference to what attachment?
He was referencing attachment 4A, and on page 2, in section 29.80.095,
The findings?
Yeah, subsection 4A, which actually is on the third page of that document, the very top of the third page of attachment 4.
Thank you. Further questions of staff? All right, seeing none, I do not have any cards on this. Does anybody, but I know there are members of the committee out there. Does anybody wish to address us on this item? All right, well, if we're going to do this, I see one. Anybody else, please get your cards in and come on up. Ms. Quintana.
I almost don't even know what to say here. So, this is Lee Quintana. I live at 5 Palm Avenue. I'm confused over something, and that is that we still have this long list of other important issues, some of which received a good deal of discussion, some of which were just brought up and said these need to be further discussed and decisions made on them, but we ran out of time that we had on the committee. So I'm not clear how this will proceed to the Planning Commission with the staff drafting amendments to the zoning code or the general plan that are based on the draft that is going forward. It seems to me that many of these issues need to be addressed so that staff knows whether they will impact the zoning code or the general plan. And one, this is from, so that's one concern I have. My own personal concerns are that some of the issues that I was most concerned about in terms of plan development have not been incorporated into the draft. And one of those, which did receive a lot of discussion, and I believe we reached a consensus that there wanted to be a connection between plan development and the ANS happening at the same time, either being incorporated into the PD procedure itself or running concurrently as two different applications. So that's one of my bigger concerns. And I have other concerns, but I don't think this is necessarily the forum to discuss them. So my question is there a better forum than sending this to the Planning Commission with all the work already done by staff, and then if the Planning Commission wants to discuss any of these things, which would probably take them some time, what then? Staff would have to redo all its work.
Questions?
And I'll yeah, I was going to say I'll be happy to answer any questions. Oh, and I do have a little bit of my input on what you were asking, because it was one of my questions too. I think that one section of the draft says in the beginning, consistent with the housing element, and later on under the findings it says 40 units or 40%. And I may be wrong, but my reading of our housing element essentially is written such that you don't need to have a PD in order to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Quintana. Mr. Rennie.
I will ask, so I'll ask you about why you think the ANS and the plan development applications, why that's important for those to occur at the same time. I did look through that list and I starred a couple that I thought were interesting to me, but I didn't star that one because I said, why does it matter?
Okay. I will tell you that that has been a concern of mine since I was a planning commissioner. That's what I don't know, 16 years ago now? I don't remember. And it's for two reasons. One is a question of efficiency, and efficiency equals time, and time equals money. And two is a question of the fact that as a planning commissioner, I was often really, I don't know what the word is, frustrated, because we were given a PD to look at. We had the architecture in front of us. We were told we were only acting on the PD and the architecture would come back to us later. But if you didn't agree with the site and architecture, when it came back, we had very little ability to change anything but minor details. And that's because before it came back to us, the PD, if it required a subdivision, that was already, those lines were already decided. The footprints of the buildings were already decided, and we could not change them. We could change the architecture as long as it didn't change the footprint, as long as it didn't require a movement of property line. And I could give you an example of one or many of them, but that's part of it. And the other part of it is that if you're combining the two, you know what the standards are going to be based on what the project that is being proposed architecturally is. So you know that that project is asking for this setback, not this range of setbacks. And that's what you're approving when you look at the ANS. But that might not be the end of the story, because down the road they could come in for an amendment or a change in the architecture, and as long as it's consistent with the parameters in the PD, which are not specific necessarily. Just to give an example, if the PD says the minimum setback is 20 feet, the original architecture had the setback at 60 feet, and for whatever reason down the road they come back with an amended architecture that brings it up to 40 feet, that makes a big change in a project. So it's also a question of...
Ms. Quintana, I'm going to have you finish your answer.
I'm going to, this was my last, I was wrapping up. So it's also a question of both the Planning Commission and the public actually understanding what's being approved and not finding out later that it was something different.
Thank you. Other questions of Ms. Quintana? Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Ms. Quintana, when you were on this committee, did you receive any feedback or feel any need to incorporate into new PD language a minimum lot size for single-family residents within a planned development?
I think that the question of minimum lot size does need to have a lot more discussion, because it can have both, it may have both good reasons and then again, it may have some negatives. And so I think those really need to be totally explored. And corollary to that is the way this is written now, that it would apply to any lot, residential or commercial. And that means we could be doing PDs for single-family lots all over the place. Right now, the Hillside Design Guidelines says to do planned development if you're subdividing more than 5 lots in the hillside. And that, in a sense, covers some of the other questions about trees and preservation of the landscape. So I'm also not sure if we're not creating a double possibility.
Thank you. Mr. Leonardis.
So follow-up question. So in the context of somebody buys a former car dealership and they want to put 25 Snow White cottages on there on real small lots or single-family homes, do you think it would be beneficial to allow that to continue to occur, or would it be better if we say, hey, this should be zoned R18 if you want to put single-family homes on it?
Well, okay. Number one, I would say, if it has a commercial general plan and they're asking for a residential use and it has a commercial zoning, I would say it's not consistent. And the first thing they would have to do is change the zoning or the general plan. The other question, that is something that I think needs to be determined by council at some point as to what we do with those types of lots. This committee has recommended some changes to the conditional use table, which would no longer allow you to have a 100% residential use in commercially or a non-residential zoned area. It would have to be in combination with one of the uses that was already allowed. But we didn't get to the point of discussing whether it should be vertical or horizontal, which are, it's an entirely different question.
Thank you. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. In your opinion, do you feel like the committee had enough time to complete its work, its vetting of this?
No.
Thank you.
Other questions from Ms. Quintana? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am. I have no other cards on this agenda item. And seeing no one coming forward, I will close the public testimony portion of this hearing. Ms. Jensen.
Thank you, Mayor. As a member of both the Council Ad Hoc Committee on Plan Developments and the further on to that, the Plan Development Committee, seeing those of you that served with me and Councilwoman Sayak on that committee, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair Talis, for seeing us through this process, which was very comprehensive, which took a long time, and which addressed a lot of the questions that are being raised today. One of my goals in becoming a member of the council was to change the way plan developments worked in Los Gatos. And for those of you in the audience who may not know what a plan development is, and for those of you who may be watching and haven't fallen asleep yet, a plan development allows someone to come in and essentially break the rules of a particular zone. So we might say you can put one house on 8,000 square feet, but if you put in a plan development, you might say, well, because of the configuration of this lot, I want to do something different. And so you get to essentially configure your lot the way you want. And the reason it became an issue is, for, just to give an example, Bluebird Lane is a planned development. Laurel Muse is a planned development. So essentially what was happening was that people were coming in and jigsawing things to fit onto a lot that may not be complying with the particular zoning. The origin of their planned development was essentially to allow people the opportunity to take a difficult lot, usually in the hillside, where a grid pattern wouldn't work, and you needed to protect a tree, or you needed to protect a stream, or if you were up in the hills and you needed to make a winding road to make those houses fit in a canyon or down a slope, that you could do that. The problem was that in order to describe that, we had sort of vague language in our code that said, we want you to promote open space, and if your lot is difficult and you have a good design, then you can do it. What happened is everybody came in and used that in the flats to just carve up a lot to get the most houses they could. So the council said, we need to look at this again because it's not operating the way that we want it to operate. So Mayor Spector and I participated in an ad hoc committee. We came back with some recommendations that were very limited on how to change that. The Planning Commission reviewed it and said, no, we're not really happy with that. We want to have a more comprehensive committee. That resulted in our larger committee, which worked for a really long time with very able contributions from the committee members and from staff. Thank you very much. But the purpose was to say that a plan development to limit where it could be available and give specific reasons. So, number one, it had a tree on it or a riparian or it was in a hillside. Number two, it was a really innovative design that could be used for something beneficial. Number three, it provided affordable housing. So we were trying to simplify our definitions to limit when it could be used. So to answer Councilman Leonardis, one of the express purposes was to say, if you have a 40,000 square foot former auto dealership, you cannot use a planned development there. And the recommendation of the committee is to come back with ordinance language that says when you can't use it. So that's limited. And we tried to give our best recommendation as to when it would be appropriate. So that's what's contained in this proposed ordinance. Ms. Quintana, I respect greatly. She is a very detail-oriented, and she wants to get things perfect, but I think that we have gone through the vetting process. It's going to go to Planning Commission again. I would love to see us send this back to Planning Commission with all the documents in the attachments. And I'm just going to go ahead after my big, long speech and make a motion that we do that and see if we get a second.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. Rennie.
I'm not sure I understand the motion. What is it we're going to send back through? I guess specifically I'd ask about attachment 6, and maybe this is maybe for staff also, because attachment 6 says other important issues to be addressed by the Planning Commission. Are those just going to happen if we send it back? Are we supposed to pick from those? Is that part of the Councilwoman's motion?
Can I explain my motion?
Please.
My motion is to send, as I understand what staff is telling us, is that we send the recommendation, the proposed ordinance, along with all the attachments in our staff report for the Planning Commission to consider without giving them specific direction, but so that they have all of that information so that when it comes back to them, if there's an issue that strikes them or a member of the public or a member of the development community, that is a body of information that the Planning Commission can now consider and then adjust as they would wish to do. So my motion would include all of the attachments.
I think that's reasonable. I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion to include all of the attachments to go to the Planning Commission. I have a question because as part of that original ad hoc committee that proposed to the council a very, very limited use of the plan development, and who now sees a potentially broader use of the plan development. When I look at, let's see, this is this is attachment 2. This is a question for staff. If I look at attachment 2, section 2980080, the limitations, okay, I'm comfortable with that. But then when I look at the other attachments, specifically the one that Ms. Quintana was discussing, it gets into potentially much broader potential use of the plan development. I also thought I heard staff saying that they are going to have to prepare certain ordinances, I don't know what, to give to the Planning Commission. So if someone could explain to me what exactly it is, from staff's point of view, is going to go to the Planning Commission, and how broad is the potential PD within that context.
So this evening, what we're requesting is that You accept generally the Plan Development Study Committee's recommendations, and those get forwarded to the Planning Commission, all of them, all the attachments, as Councilwoman Jensen stated. All of these amendments will require a number of general plan, town code, and other policy document amendments. That will take some time to pull together all of that information so that we can make sure it's consistent. That whole package will go back to the Planning Commission, and they will review it in its entirety, including the other issues that are listed. That, again, will go forward to them. So that's the intent of this evening's meeting. There was a lot of conversation at the Plan Development Study Committee, and I'm sure there'll be further conversation at Planning Commission, and then further again conversation when it comes back to council in whatever form that takes, regarding is it restrictive enough or not. And so there was a lot of conversation around that in the Plan Development Study Committee as well, but that conversation, I imagine, will move on, and I defer to Ms. Pravetti if she has any additional input.
I would just say that the core of what's going to the Planning Commission is the recommendation for the ordinance changes that the committee came up with, and I believe that's an attachment 4 to your report. So the committee worked very hard on all of those sections, so that will be the core of the work. Ms. Quintana was referencing attachment 6, and a lot of these issues are interrelated, so as we do the crosswalk for consistency, as Director Paulson mentioned, we may be able to address some of the issues, but perhaps not all of the ones that are identified in attachment 6. So just to moderate expectations, to the extent we can, we will, but there are huge policy issues with some of the bulleted items that the committee identified that would probably necessitate new direction from council if you wish to pursue that. But the core of the work is in attachment 4.
All right, let me follow up on that, because you're saying the core of the work is in attachment 4, and when Ms. Jensen is asking her questions, I'll take a look at attachment 4. Right now, I'm looking at attachment 2, limitations on use of the plan development 2980-080. I'm not understanding why that's not the core.
So attachment 2 was the council ad hoc committee's version?
Oh, no wonder I liked it so much. It's perfect, actually.
Sorry, and so attachment 4 is the study committee's version.
Right. So if I may, Mayor, just
Ms.
to
Jensen?
clarify my motion.
Yes,
Yes,
please.
attachment 2 is brilliant. However, when it went to the Planning Commission, it was determined that we would appoint a study committee, and then through that study committee, we got to what is 4. So when Ms. Pravetti says that's the core, the intent of my motion is to recommend 4, because that's a product of a lot of work, a lot of controversy, and a lot of debate from the Plan Development Study Committee. However, as background materials, I think it's important that the Planning Commission see the other documents, so they're included in my motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to support the motion very hesitantly. Because of the way the motion has been framed, I will support it. I'm concerned because the totality and the core, as the staff has pointed out, can make this plan development very broad, very vague. Again, I'm trying to avoid those situations where the plan development can once again form the exceptions that allow dense development on small lots, which is what we had all over town and specifically down the boulevard. So this is a hesitant support of the motion. Further discussion. Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I'll just add my thoughts to it. I actually think that the study committee did a really good job. I would not have voted for attachment 2. I think it's too narrow. I really like the fact that they've added affordable housing in attachment 4 as one of the additional reasons that you can use it. The other ones they've added are maximization of open space, which sounds like a reasonable one, but again, we can always turn these down if it seems like it's being abusive. And then the fourth one is for provides a public benefit to citizens of the town. One of the things to talk about is how do we define public benefit. I certainly like the idea of keeping that open. Again, we can always reject a PD if it doesn't make sense. I don't want it to be too narrow. So again, I'm really very happy with the results of the study committee, and that's why I seconded the motion.
Further discussion? Ms. Sayak.
Quick question of staff. I'm looking at the other important issues in attachment 6. And for example, define mixed-use project. We had a lot of discussion over what that should be, 50%, 40%. If in the future the council decided on a definition, is it correct that the definition that is decided on in the future could always be applied and used for what the plan development would be? Or would we have to go back and change the plan development language in attachment 4 to incorporate future changes?
Well, a simple definition of mixed-use project, for instance, could be just put in the definition section and would apply across the board, so the language would still fit. I think we actually intend to bring these questions up for sure with the Planning Commission, potentially maybe even in a study session before the full review of all of the amendments to get some input on some of these. And staff, frankly, may kind of have a starting point. You know, we might put in, for instance, minimum open space required 25% or some number, and then have conversation with the Planning Commission, ultimately the council, of, do you want a number period, or should the number be higher or lower? And so those questions could filter through many of these, but there are some larger ones that ultimately will probably need some additional direction on, and they may foster other questions as well.
Okay. And having said that, I will be supporting attachment 4. I personally think it's brilliant. I know you guys have, but there were, I'd say, 15 to 16 committee members on that, and I see our chair and our vice chair in the audience. And when you have 16 very different personalities with strong opinions on what a development should look like, I thought that the chair and vice chair did a fabulous job in bringing together at least where we had consensus and leaving the more ambiguous discussion items for future deciding bodies, whether it's the Planning Commission or the Council. And I think there's always opportunities at whatever hearing, at whatever stage, to have those very specific discussions. So I'm quite comfortable with what's in attachment 4.
As I said, I will be supporting the motion, but the plan development has historically been used as a way to run around our land use ordinances, our general plan. And so my thought with redoing the plan development is to make it stand on its own, to be an ordinance that allows for exceptions when exceptions should be granted, and not as a way to ignore our general plan and our ordinances. Right now, as someone has pointed out, we have a proposal that says when the plan development can be used, and it ends with a project that provides a public benefit to the citizens of the town. I will tell you right now, if you have a council that wants to allow any development anywhere, they will use that line item to do it. Further discussion, Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I'm just interested in the next steps. So assuming this motion passes this evening, this goes back to the Planning Commission, then it goes back to Council after that for final adoption later. Time frame, we know or not know?
We're hoping to get the documents prepared and then get this to the Planning Commission sometime this fall.
Okay, thank you.
All right, no further discussion, no further questions. I will call the question. We have a motion to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, Plan Development Committee. Agenda item 11. Agenda item 11 asks the council to receive the report on the pilot closure of a portion of South Santa Cruz Avenue to address cut-through traffic, authorize the town manager to execute a First Amendment to the agreement with the traffic pattern patterns, increasing compensation by $32,288 for a total of $57,288, and provide direction on next steps. We do have individuals, before I go to the staff report, we do have individuals who have submitted a card. If anyone wishes to address us on this agenda item, please provide a speaker card to staff. And you have. Thank you. Mr. Morley.
Thank you very much. With your staff report, you have two addenda and a desk item, and I have a PowerPoint presentation for you. So just a quick background, we did 3 weekends of pilot closure as was directed by the council on June 25th and 26th, on the holiday weekend of July 2nd through 4th and July 9th and 10th. The closure hours were 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. With the peak hours of traffic that we saw during the closure generally between 11 and 1. The data collection was important. We did data collection before, during, and after the closure, so we had data all the way surrounding the closure activities. We wanted to make sure we considered impacts to both businesses and residents, and as you may recall, we did review the first weekend results with the council on June 28th. I would like to add at this point, thank you, that we did continue the closure of Tate and Massal at the same time. So those two streets were closed at Highway 9 for the duration of our pilot closure, and have been, and our plan is to continue doing that through the rest of the summer, unless the council asks us to do differently. We have heard quite a bit about providing a Ridgecrest solution as well for cut-through traffic that direction. This is with all of these areas, some like those types of closures and some don't. Our poll that we did of the sort of the greater Almond Grove area demonstrated about a 70% favorability to a 30% dislike of those closures when we did that earlier in the year. I want to talk a little bit about traffic dynamics to set the stage. To start with, the roadways have a finite capacity, and that's what this chart's meant to depict. So as the capacity is reached, it creates a reduction in the level of service, and the volume of vehicles moving through is necessarily decreases. So as you put more cars into a roadway, as you all have experienced, the traffic gets worse and the speeds slow down, and that means less cars can get through. And that delay in the system is what you see on the right side there as the level of service decreases. So the point of this is, if we rely on the vehicle counts, the number of vehicles that go through, it does not tell us the full story. And that bar, the red bar with the A and the B points, is meant to depict that somewhere along the way, the traffic volume is at 2 equal levels, but when you're out there on the street, there's 2 very different scenarios that you're experiencing. The A scenario is free-flowing traffic, very high level of service, and the B is a very poor level of service in terms of how the street is performing, lots of traffic. Still the same number of vehicles going over a particular point. So with that, going through all of the data collection that we looked at through this process, the biggie was the intersection movements, and this counts what vehicles are going through an intersection in which direction and how many. So this is that numeric count, as is the next item, the hose counts, where we're actually counting at fixed points on the roadway how many vehicles are going by. We wanted to add in additional information, so we started tracking travel time. The travel time is how long it takes to get from one point to the next. And by comparing that at the same time of day over multiple weekends, we're able to see how the traffic is flowing and provide a different spin on the information. We also began working with Caltrans on getting some of the data from their road sensors and visual observations. As we know from the information we're getting from residents through emails on cut-through traffic is very important and significant element. We also did a business survey. I'll talk about that a little bit later, and have quite a bit of resident input that you have in your packet. We'd like to highlight that we may need more data for the future, depending on where the traffic, the pilot closure goes, and what we are determining to do in the future. Wanted to start with this data highlight for you. So stepping through these sort of one at a time, this is a sample of the turn movement data. And I chose Highway 9 at Santa Cruz Avenue to go through in several slides. The information is pulled out of your report, and it's attachment 2 to the staff report. It looks a little differently in the staff report. I simplified it for the sake of the presentation here to highlight just very simple single movements, and I thought it looked better in the graphics. In this particular case, you see the right turn from Highway 9 onto Santa Cruz Avenue, going into the greater downtown area. And this is a movement that we wanted to see less of, so less vehicles making that turn from Highway 9 onto Santa Cruz. You can see the numbers demonstrate that was successful in week 1. There was a decrease in 47% in spite of the troubles that we experienced in week 1, and then a continued reduction in week 2 at 24% reduction. I'm going to keep pushing this and make Jackie get up and down. Whoops. Sorry. This is the through movement on that same intersection. This is where we want those vehicles that were making a right turn to actually go straight on through on Highway 9 to get to 17. And you can see that through the closure, this increased from a decrease in the first week, which isn't what we wanted to see, but in the second week of closure, we actually saw an increase on this particular movement. Going across the street from straight through on Santa Cruz, again a movement we want to see less of. This movement showed a decrease of 20% on the first week and 20% in the second. So again, a successful redirection of traffic if you're looking at the numbers that go through. And then the final one was the left turn, that one from Santa Cruz onto Highway 9. And we wanted to see an increase here, and you can see that the numbers showed actually quite a significant increase at a 64% raised there on those numbers. So leaving the traffic counts and moving into travel time, and this is very detailed, and I'll blow it up in a second to help it be a little bit more visual. But I wanted you to see the big picture of what travel time looks like, and you do have these in the consultant report in the attachment. So this is the travel time from Winchester at Highway 85 to Wood Road, going straight down Winchester and then Santa Cruz Avenue when it makes that conversion. And you can see the time grow as it moves along, and if we blow it up a little bit and look just at the very end, you can see what happens to the times. The top two bars are the before the closure and the after the closure data, and the bottom two bars, the yellow and the green, are the data during the closure. So even with the closure, the traffic all the way from Winchester along through Santa Cruz Avenue was decreased quite significantly. We found that this held true for most of the routes, so we did drive times on several routes, including Highway 9, sort of from Quito Road. We did drive times along Los Gatos Boulevard, along University Avenue, and along the freeway. We found this on the local streets this to be generally to be the case. It wasn't quite as definitive along Los Gatos Boulevard, where we have quite a bit more activity and vehicles coming in from a lot of different directions. The Caltrans data that we received, and this is in your report as well, shows some interesting data. The green arrow shows the volume. The top line is before the closure, and the bottom line is during the closure. So you can see that even on Highway 17, the impacts of the closures, there seem to be impacts from the closure. And then the red arrow is similar. The speeds decreased during the closure from the pre-closure data. From the town's perspective, I think this is a good thing, right? We're moving vehicles off of the local streets and keeping them on the freeways. In conversations with Caltrans, that's actually their goal as well. They prefer the regional traffic to use the regional facilities, and so they're comfortable with this data as being something that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's actually on the positive side. In the area of visual observations, there's several things that we noted. Highway 9 had reduced queuing towards Montessorino. The parking in the downtown was light on the first weekend, meaning there was lots of empty spaces. We did notice that there was a lot more vehicles downtown on July 2nd and July 9th as two particular days where the parking spots were a little more occupied. The mapping app certainly made a difference when all three maps were carrying the closure. It helped to keep vehicles from going to the downtown. And the closure seems to create either a negative or a neutral impact north of Highway 9. It really varied depending on the weekend of when what the impact was like on the other side of Highway 9. Obviously, there was a very positive impact in the greater downtown area in terms of reducing traffic. And thanks, Jackie. Economic Vitality Coordinator conducted a very focused survey of 55 businesses in Los Gatos. The highlights of results here, I sort of, again, pulled from the information in your addendum to provide a little synopsis. Cut-through traffic impact on business, 51% of the businesses felt like there was a negative impact. 26% felt there was a little no impact, and 23% thought there was a positive impact. Now, this is from cut-through traffic itself. In terms of the closure and that impact on business, 38% felt there was a negative impact, 38% that there was little or no impact, and 24% a positive impact. Other responses of interest that were in the survey, of the 55 responses regarding beach traffic in general, 32 feel that beach traffic keeps locals away. 26 of the respondents felt like it drives regional customers away. And 22 feel like it provides exposure to the town and to town shopping. So that's sort of on the positive side. So as a result of this, thanks. As a result of this work, there's several recommendations that come out of the report, including out of the traffic patterns report that's attached to the staff report, along the lines of capital improvements. These include permanent dynamic message signs. So we used a lot of portable message signs throughout to direct traffic. There's some opportunities to install permanent messaging signs, especially in the area of Lark and Winchester and Los Gatos Boulevard, that area where dynamic message signs could be incorporated into the existing infrastructure and used on a regular basis. Traffic signal timing at Highway 9 can be adjusted. Caltrans controls that intersection, as you're aware. One of the data points that they asked in order to be able to refine their timing was the turn movement counts that we now have the data for. So we'll work with Caltrans to get them that information and to look for opportunities to enhance the timing at that particular along Highway 9. Another recommendation was increasing the size of the on-ramp on Highway 9. Some of this is going to be limited by the capacity of 17 to absorb that traffic. But at the very least, expanding that Highway 9 on-ramp would allow for additional stacking to be able to move vehicles into Highway 17 and get them off of Highway 9 where there's continues to be congestion. There are recommendations for several lane changes, some at Winchester and Lark Avenue where there's a merge from two lanes to one lane. That particular merge at Winchester and Lark occurs just after the intersection. By making that merge ahead of the intersection, it could encourage vehicles to make that left turn back onto Lark and head towards 17, so to provide less capacity moving forward. Doesn't seem like that would have an adverse effect on long-term on the rest of the town traffic at the same time. And similar changes at Los Gatos Boulevard and Nino to do where there is another rather awkward merge. We looked at ITS infrastructure, intelligent transportation system infrastructure, as being an opportunity. Ultimately, we may need to provide origin destination data, so what vehicles are coming into town and where they're going when they come into town to help with future studies. The ITS infrastructure makes that happen, and to break it down a little bit, that would be something like a Bluetooth reader that captures Bluetooth data as the vehicles go by and is able to track that as it moves through the town. So you're able to see where things go. It's completely anonymous. It's just the data associated with the Bluetooth, but you're able to track when a vehicle comes into town, how long it stays in town, and where it exits town. So it might be helpful data, and certainly origin destination data is a big part of traffic studies. In the past, that had been done through a more manual process of reading license plates. So you would read them at multiple locations and compare notes and figure out where the license plates showed up multiple times, and that would be your solution. So this is sort of the technological side of that. It's fairly reasonable in terms of infrastructure to do this kind of work. And we wanted to talk, I think, a little bit about a semi-permanent closure of South Santa Cruz Avenue, where the temporary closure has been. And certainly to make known that there's a lot of work that would go into moving forward with something like this, including an environmental impact study to identify what wide-ranging impacts a closure might have, permitting and working closely with our partners at Caltrans to make sure that we're complying and facilitating their work as much as they're complying and facilitating ours. Certainly there's a bit of a process involved with that, and it would take some time and we imagine significant expense in order to get there. So looking at what's next, we wanted Council to consider the information that we've provided to authorize the adjustment to the traffic patterns agreement as we asked for in the Council memo, to provide direction for pursuing capital projects if that's something that you'd like to do at this point, and to provide direction to additional work during this summer and gearing up into the fall and next summer, and where we're headed in terms of that work. And with that, that will conclude the presentation, and we're here for questions. I would mention that there's a lot of staff work that goes into making this happen over the weekend, and a great partnership between Traffic Patterns as our consultant and Jaime Rodriguez is here to help with answer questions as needed. Police department was out helping with the traffic control and making sure that the closure went off without a hitch. It's right there in the middle of a lot of traffic, especially that first day, and it couldn't have been done without that partnership. And then that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Morley. Thank you, everyone who worked on this. And we're going to start with questions. And Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So, Director Morley, I have a little bit of a lead into this question, so you know where my question is coming from, and others, and actually so others in the audience, when they come up for public testimony, might want to speak to it also. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this. I've walked through downtown when it was really bad and talked to the merchants. I read every post on Nextdoor, I read all the emails I get. So I've been thinking about this quite a bit, and it occurs to me, there's lots of variables, but it occurs to me that what really happens is there's a tipping point. And the best example is you can take Saturday, July 23rd, Santa Cruz Avenue, I would call tipped over. It became stop traffic. I even saw somebody get out, and I heard a story where somebody got out and went shopping at Black Cats and got back in their car before they needed to move it. So they managed to do their shopping before the traffic moved on. So that's what I call a tipping point. It's gotten really bad. Sunday, the next day, I went out and watched, and traffic, again, we didn't have it closed, and traffic is flowing. So it is when we reach the tipping point and Santa Cruz becomes stopped, then it spreads into all the neighborhoods, spreads all over the place, and everybody goes crazy. So I kind of look at it as a tipping point. And the weekends I think went in tipping point were the first weekend that we did the closure, but we didn't do it well. So I'm not sure we got the information we needed. The other weekends don't look like they would have gone into tipping point. And then Saturday the 23rd and Saturday the 30th all seem to go into tipping point. You did not, I'm sorry, not you, we didn't get a report from our consultant on the 23rd, one of these tipping point days, which I would really have liked to have seen. We did all these days where I don't think, when there wasn't a closure, I think actually when we did a closure and when we didn't do a closure, most of this data didn't reach a tipping point. In other words, it wasn't hot enough, there wasn't enough traffic on 17 to have pushed us into tipping point, except for the first Saturday, which unfortunately we hadn't got the habit of it yet. Mm-hmm. So all of this lead in really is to ask the question is, are we going to get a report on Saturday the 23rd and the 30th?
So we have additional data. We didn't do full data collection on all of those days. We have travel time data that we can provide on those days as well, and the host count data that we can provide on those days in order to provide the number of vehicles that were moving about and the amount of time it took to travel through town. The three weekends that we did the closure were the main weekends for the data collection. We also did some travel time collection on the immediate weekend following that we can provide as well as we start to get the data compiled.
Okay, thank you.
Let me follow up on that, Mr. Morley. I'm assuming, but you should never assume, you should ask. The other weekend that started this and that was a disaster was Memorial Day. Do we have any Memorial Day information?
I don't think we have any Memorial Day data, no.
All right. Other questions before we go to the public testimony? See none. Again, if you want to talk to us about this agenda item, please submit a card. A lot of you have. First one is Alan Feinberg. And Mr. Feinberg will be followed by Susan Burnett. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. And again, my name is Alan Feinberg. I live at 363 Pennsylvania Avenue in Los Gatos, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. And I want to also publicly thank Mr. Morley and your team for all of the work that you've done to gather the data on the pilot program. Very much appreciated. I'm here tonight to add my voice to those of many that you'll hear following me who have expressed and will express concern about the cut-through beach traffic in town. And I'll specifically make reference, from my point of view, to the cut-through traffic that's coming off of Ridgecrest, because that's been the source of all of the congestion on Pennsylvania Avenue. Now, my wife Joan and I have lived on Pennsylvania Avenue for 25 years, and we have never, ever seen traffic this bad in the whole time we've lived there. As a matter of fact, there has never been a traffic jam on quiet little Pennsylvania Avenue. Last Saturday and the Saturday before, traffic was absolutely stopped dead on our street. And you can see that in the pictures that I'm handing around. Can we show one to the audience too? Cars are lined up, bumper to bumper, stopped in their tracks, not just from one end of Pennsylvania Avenue to the other, but on all the cross streets. Wissahickon, Walnut, Palm, and the parallel street of Hernandez all stopped dead for hours at a time. That's crazy. According to our postal carrier, Steve, he couldn't get through the traffic. After 3 attempts, he had to give up, and he couldn't deliver our mail. Imagine that. You've heard the saying, neither snow nor rain nor gloom of night that can stay these couriers from the swift completion of their appointed rounds. Well, guess what? It's a little app called Waze that has brought the United States Postal Service to its knees. I can't imagine that. You know, all the cross streets were blocked. Our neighbors, one of my neighbors, couldn't even back out of her driveway without getting out of her car and asking someone politely to let her through. If I wanted to go the opposite direction to the traffic, I couldn't get through on Ridgecrest because it narrows, as you know, into just one lane. Now, that's crazy. So, Los Gatos is a community. It's not a shortcut to the beach. I live on a residential street. I don't live on a freeway on-ramp. And I implore the town council to take swift and decisive action to mitigate this crisis before it gets really out of hand.
Thank you. Are you making a recommendation?
I am not a traffic expert, and I can't make recommendations other than to say from my personal point of view, my recommendation would be to close Ridgecrest as well as Massall and Tate from right turn traffic to avoid backups on Highway 9 leading into Los Gatos.
All right, thank you. Yes, Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So you heard my theory about tipping point, and it seems to be Saturdays typically when it tips. My question is, so my theory is when it tips over, that's when all the neighborhoods get affected. And I'm assuming, so like Sunday the 24th, I was watching Santa Cruz Avenue flow. I mean, there's traffic, but it was flowing. It wasn't stopped. So I didn't go check the neighborhoods like I did on some of the others, but I was assuming it wasn't flowing in the neighborhoods. The question really is, were Sundays tolerable on, say, the 24th and 31st? We have a 31st that's in July, so I guess it'd be August.
Sundays were tolerable. Saturdays, again, from what I saw, and you'll hear different opinions from different people, but from what I saw on Pennsylvania Avenue, Sundays were tolerable. Saturdays were impossible. And this is a picture that was taken on a Saturday. And if you look up Pennsylvania Avenue, you can see that the intersection at Walnut is blocked, and these cars were not moving. If this were a video, it would be a still image. The cars weren't moving. Now that's intolerable.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sayak.
So, Mr. Fine, your recommendation and the data that you showed us, was this was on the previous 2 Saturdays, correct? This
Yes.
was when Wood was not closed.
When
the closure at Wood Road was not in effect.
Right.
So your recommendation to close Ridgecrest, that would only be when there is no Wood Road closure?
No, my recommendation would be to close Ridgecrest when there is no closure at Wood Road, because if there is closure at Wood Road, there'd be no need for people to cut through Ridgecrest or the rest of the neighborhoods.
Got it. I just needed that clarification. Thanks.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Susan Burnett, who will be followed by Angelia Dorner.
Good evening, Council. My name is Susan Burnett, and I live at 85 Ellenwood, and I've lived in Los Gatos all my life except 2 years. But I don't want to give my age out. Anyway, I live at 85 Ellenwood, like I said, since 1971, and I actually grew up I was raised on Loma Alta, but lived on Bachman and Tate, so that's sort of been my neighborhood. But anyway, I'm a good person to follow the last speaker because I'm speaking in the same area. The relief of traffic in the neighborhood only occurs on the days the North Santa Cruz Avenue Highway ramp is closed. Except for the first date, there was poor signage, so you couldn't really take that in because there was big impact. There was a lot of traffic the first day of the closure because of the signage problem. And I'm talking about a steady stream of traffic coming down Hernandez Avenue. In fact, it's not even a stream. It is stopped. It comes off of Highway 9 onto Ridgecrest, down Hernandez, and some of the down Hernandez, and then of course the whole Bayview district, Glen Ridge, the whole thing gets stopped. You can't even get out of your driveway. Let's see, and that goes from like 9:30 in the morning to like 3 in the afternoon. And this is the weekends that there's no closure on North Santa Cruz Avenue to the Highway 17 on-ramp. When the closure of the on-ramp is in place, but Massall and Tate are closed, the traffic again, when the closure of the on-ramp to Highway 7 is not in place, and Massall and Tate are closed off, then the traffic comes onto Highway 9, onto Ridgecrest, and we start having the same problem again in our neighborhood. So, let's see. So I feel the only solution is to return the neighborhood to the residents is to close the North Santa Cruz Avenue's Highway 17 on-ramp on the days that are, deemed that it would have the most the weekends that are have the most traffic. I get a little nervous when I talk in public, but it's just a nightmare, and it's dangerous. I'm a nurse. I have my master's in nursing, and it's very dangerous aside from all the other issues. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. Angelia Dorner, followed by Jean Rajabzadeh.
Hello, I'm Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the Almond Grove, and I just wanted to repeat something that I said at the special meeting that was held, so that everybody is reminded about that first horrible Saturday. And, you know, I really do commend PPW and the traffic folks for really stepping it up. They learned a lot that weekend. But to be sure that you understand what really happened on that Saturday, I'd like to just point out the Winchester chart, which started at 85 at 11 a.m. So at 11:04, there was a call into the police dispatch, and it was from the closure, but it was called Priority 3, and there really wasn't any activity, and I'm looking actually at the police dispatch logs, until you get to 11:09, which at what time says, attempting to get to South Santa Cruz Wood, but roadway is gridlocked. There is a complaint of a truck blocking the roadway and refusing to move. 4 minutes later, there's another message that says, semi-truck full of dirt, unable to make the turn, traffic controller refusing to open the roadway. Driver says he paid his permit fee to use 17. We are at a stalemate. And that's when officer finally gets there. And by 11:26, the truck is finally out of the way. So what happened during that entire time frame? You see that chart going like this. Every single artery, every single road got backed up like crazy. How long did it take for all of that traffic to go through? So there's two reasons why I wanted to bring this up. That, so that it's explained, but the other thing is gridlocking of our police, fire, and EMTs. Really important for health and safety. I'm disappointed that we did not get response times, that we did not get information about police and fire and EMT difficulties in getting to calls. The police department was tabulating calls over these last couple weekends. I didn't see any counts on that. The other thing is that on Highway 17, there was some information. I'd like to know where that was measured from. The thing that I was looking at most importantly was when it turned from red to orange. And what I noticed during the closure periods was that on 17, the red turned to orange before the hour 17 on-ramp, meaning that it started going faster because there was not this constant flow, creating another choke point at that point in time. As far as closing Almond Grove, I'm not sure what the traffic person suggested on that.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Ms. Sayak.
So, Ms. Dorner, since you're a proud resident of Almond Grove, I wanted to ask whether the closure on Tatum Assault, when the closure on Wood is in effect, do you think that's even necessary, or do you think that just causes a burden to the neighbors that live in Almond Grove? I've heard both things.
It is both. It is both ways. I mean, when the closure was happening, the traffic really was not that bad.
And could you specify which closure?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Closure or the Massault closure?
The Santa Cruz on-ramp closure. When that is in effect, there is a noticeable difference in a decline in the traffic coming through those neighborhoods. The fact that Waze has it shown as closed may be an impact for that, but really once you have 2 or 3 weekends in a row and they know that that thing is closed, then the flow is just going to continue on 9. I am more concerned about Ridgecrest, actually, because there is nowhere for them to go up there. And at least on Massal and Tate, they're getting to Maine and at least having another exit point, which, again, might create that. The biggest issue with the Massal and Tate, from my personal experience, is that residents cannot get home. And, you know, you're forcing thousands. It's not the Almond Grove. It's all of those people up there. There's 1,000 people. 1,000 homes are above that area west of Santa Cruz and south of Highway 9. That's 1,000 people's worth of vehicle traffic that are forced right into the key areas that we have the traffic backups in the first place. And so, you know, if those of us who follow the law and don't take Tate or Massal and go over the cones or do whatever to try to get home, we're forced into Santa Cruz and Highway 9, and we're just adding to that burden. And I think that's really a big downfall that is not necessarily considered. But when it's not closed, they need to be blocked off.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Jean Jobzadeh, followed by Carol Waite.
Thank you. I made a posting on Nextdoor on July 23rd about bad traffic in town. And if you look at that post, there were several comments and, more poignantly, many pictures of the traffic backed up on various streets. There was somebody that did a posting that lived on Peralta. Her street was completely blocked. She could not get out of her driveway. Saturday, Sunday are good time for people to go to the grocery store, go to the post office, maybe go into town, have lunch. Everybody that lives here is really prevented from doing any of that, and the time frame has now expanded. You know, it's not just around noontime hour. It's expanded now, starting at 9:30 and going until 3:30, 4 o'clock into the afternoon. When we're going to the post office on Saturday, it could take anywhere from 25 to 45 minutes. From my house, I live on Cavan Lane, and I've lived there for 19 years. To take 25 minutes to 45 minutes to go just that one direction to the post office is a ridiculous amount of time. And when my husband has had to make those trips on a Saturday, at some point he's just parked the car, gotten out, and walked the rest of the way. If he doesn't have very many packages, that's feasible to do. But if you have a lot of packages, that's not a feasible thing to do. I would recommend that the summer closure be permanent, summertime closure, so that people that are going to the beach get used to having the closure and don't make our town a cut-through. And when I have managed to get downtown and park, there's lots of parking spaces because nobody's coming into town to go shopping, use our restaurants. They're just using it clearly as a cut-through measure to save some time on their way to the beach. I think this also affects our community adversely. I'm a real estate agent with Coldwell Banker here in town, and I'm going to be showing houses mostly on the weekend because that's when people have free time. If I'm showing them houses, and we're going through all this traffic, that's a real turnoff to anybody hoping to move here in town. And that's going to affect people trying to sell their homes here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Carol Waite, followed by Gilbert Decker.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name's Carol Waite, and I live at 19 Glenridge Avenue. I have lived there for 24 years, and I have to say that starting last summer, the experience of living on Glenridge during the summer has changed completely, and it's changed not just for me, but for everybody in the Glenridge area and the Almond Grove area. and it took me a while last year to summer to figure out that it was all because of Waze. But you know what? It's not going away, so we have to deal with that. And I do want to commend Los Gatos, Town of Los Gatos, for getting on top of this situation and investigating everything. So anyway, first of all, I want to say I agree with everybody who's already come up here. I'm not going to try and repeat what they've said, but it is something to see the past the weekends that you've got the on-ramp open, to see Glenridge, Pennsylvania, Hernandez, all those streets. It's unbelievable. Cars at a dead stop idling for hours. And they're very disrespectful of the rules of the road. They're not stopping at stop signs. They clog up all the intersections. People get frustrated. They roar out and roar down the wrong side of the road to try and get themselves out of the situation. But I would recommend that if you can keep the on-ramp closed permanently during the summer on Saturdays, because my experience is the Saturdays are the worst. I would recommend that you do that. If you cannot do that, you must close Ridgecrest. It's an unbearable situation for the people who live in that area. And I do feel it's kind of inconvenient we can't turn on Masol or Tate, figure out a way to manage that situation a little bit better, because it does force us onto Santa Cruz Avenue and trying to get home via Santa Cruz, but that's sort of it. So thank you very much for all your efforts to try and solve this problem.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. Gilbert Decker, followed by Colin Corbett.
Really want to pat the council on the back for taking up this issue, and I commend the staff for getting right on it and collecting some good data. I live on the corner of Hernandez and Glenridge, and you saw Mr. Feinberg's street on Pennsylvania, and I think everybody's mentioned to you the cars are coming down from Saratoga and cutting off on Ridgecrest and coming around. And on the different weekends, when it's usually a Saturday or a Sunday, you can see the same thing he showed going back up Hernandez. Cars are all the way back up into Ridgecrest. And then they turn the corner at our house and head down Glenridge to get to Pennsylvania. And finally, so I set out a few weeks ago when that happened. I sat out on my front porch and I was just curious. And I didn't know. I said, well, I think what I'll do, I'll pick a car and see how long it takes it to get where the car in front of it used to be. Taking about 5.5 minutes to go about 15 feet. I assumed that the on-ramp in South Santa Cruz was open and going in, but I don't know if that'll solve the problem. But it seems like when the weekends that the town did put up the barrier there, it didn't clog up so bad. It does create a real problem because those of us that live up there need to turn off of Highway 9 and go home. So I don't know what the solution is, but I do believe, and I'd certainly take the advice of the experts that have brought in the data, that if we keep that down, that on-ramp on the end of Santa Cruz Avenue closed, it'll probably solve 9/10 of the problem and keep people moving on down Highway 9 and going on to the on-ramp there. So thank you for your time, and certainly appreciate the effort you're putting in.
Thank you. Colin Corbett, who will be followed by Ginger Rowe.
Good evening. I also wanted to say good evening, members of the council. Thank you. I too am in favor of the closures. I live on Bayview. I found it very difficult to impossible to leave the house. I found it very difficult to get home. In some cases, I've had to abandon my car in the neighborhood and hike into Bayview to get there. And then sometimes it's a guess as to, will the traffic in front of my house be done before I actually have to go back into Tate, recover my car, or will I end up getting a parking ticket because that's permit parking and I have to get to my house, which isn't permit parking. And it's come close a few times where traffic has been backed up all the way to 5:30, 5:45 in some cases. So for me, I would love for you to continue closing Tate and Massal on the weekends, and I would honestly like you to consider to close the 17 off-ramps southbound at Wood, probably until 5 o'clock, starting from the last week of May through Labor Day. That would really help me to actually, I would love to actually be able to, get home and get out and actually use the neighborhood as I would like to see, as I'd like to intend. I also saw the videos and some of the presentations from the past weeks where people are just ignoring the road closed signs. And I don't know if there is a way we can better educate the folks. Is it we tell them road closed? Is it we say, you actually have to spell out for them the 17 southbound off-ramp is closed ahead? Or I don't know if they would understand that and what you have to do there, but maybe you have to just, yeah. The other comment I had was the mention for license plate readers earlier was interesting because I believe that we already have invested in that. That was actually passed as a council consent item the night that Albright Way was approved, so I know we have them. I don't know if we can, get a consultant to go and kind of like do the associated software to kind of build those simple reports for us. Is hoping.
Is that it?
Yes.
All right, questions. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. What are you talking about with these license plate readers?
So it was a council consent item the night that Albright Way Netflix was approved. The police department came through for a six-figure item that was approved by the council, and then there was also a line item that said anything up to $50,000 would have to be approved additionally by going in front of the council, but anything less than $50,000 was automatically approved for renewal on an annual basis.
So would it be used to let people have access? Would it be used to monitor the...
It was mentioned as a way to track timeframes of cars coming in and out of Los Gatos. So if it's, I don't know where they're mounted, but if they're mounted at, let's say, Locke Avenue, you could map it from there and say, somebody came in at 11 and I noticed them leaving at Main Street in North Santa Cruz, where it turns into South Santa Cruz 45 minutes later, and do the math and say, hey, it took 45 minutes or 20
So
minutes.
just for data gathering purposes. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So I guess I'll just add a little information and ask the question. So the recommendation from the consultant was actually Bluetooth readers, not license plate readers. And yes, we do have license plate readers, but they're limited to the patrol cars and I think one of our parking ticket cars, but all the rest don't have them. I think they're reasonably expensive, so wouldn't the Bluetooth idea be just as good since we're probably going to have to buy equipment anyway?
I was just wondering if it was already a sunk cost. If they're mounted on patrol cars, then yes, that could be an issue. If they're mounted on, look, it didn't go into the discussion as to where they were all mounted. It was just, or at least it was many years ago. I don't remember now, but I just recall that we actually had purchased license plate readers previously.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Ginger Rowe, who will be followed by Joanne Shank.
Hello, I'm not Ginger Rowe. I'm actually Melinda Gilster-Ryback from the Chamber of Commerce, but she had to leave unexpectedly and asked me to read her letter. So Ginger Rowe is the owner of Time Out Clothing located at 108 North Santa Cruz Avenue. And here's her letter. Thank you, Town Council, for the efforts put forth for this issue, but as a resident and a business owner, I appreciate the in-depth investigation of the problem of traffic. I truly believe the problem has evolved from overpopulation in the Bay Area, and our infrastructure is not designed to handle the growth. Also, I believe the travel apps are directing the traffic into our neighborhoods. They are causing concern for residents and children in the areas. The apps are driving people through quiet residential neighborhoods and creating havoc instead of directing them through town. Perhaps we look at closing off residential streets during certain time periods on the weekends during summer. We cannot excuse me, cannot cut off our downtown business district from drive-through traffic. There are unintended consequences to many businesses when it is shut down. It is a problem everywhere, and each business is affected differently. But whatever is decided, please use positive outreach to encourage people to come to town or stop as they pass through. And she lists some data about her sales for the closure weekends. The first weekend closure, her sales were down 11%. The second weekend closure, sales were down 40%. Third weekend, sales were down 16%. The July 16th and 17th weekend, the first weekend it was open, her sales went back up 25%. That concludes her letter.
Thank you. Do you know what the Memorial Day sales impact were?
She did not leave that information with me.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Joanne Shank, followed by Maria Risto.
Los Gatos Town Council and concerned residents. My name is Joanne Shank. I have been a resident in the Los Gatos area for over 40 years. For over the past 20 years, I have been a resident of 324 Pennsylvania Avenue in the formerly tranquil Glenridge area. I am deeply concerned regarding the abundance of traffic on the weekends in the downtown and residential areas, and the fact that the last few weekends, 2 weekends, the barriers on streets Massal and Tate, along with Ridgecrest and the Montecito, are no longer used. I, along with 10 other homes with garages, share an alley between Pennsylvania and Hernandez Avenues. When these streets are blocked with cars, there is no way to leave our homes. We are virtual. There's nowhere to go. We can't get onto the street. I had a workman in my yard on Saturday, and he said it took 45 minutes to get to the house to do his job. I am most concerned regarding the inability of emergency vehicles to be able to reach homes and residents in case of fire, medical, or police need. There are many retired people up in our neighborhood that need need assistance at certain times. I feel the concern of business owners and shop owners, like the previous person spoke, who rightfully complain their revenues are down. Hopefully, this will not have a declining effect on property values. This problem began a year ago, and from what I can see, there really has been no concrete solutions occurred. I feel it is incumbent upon our elected officials to exercise their fiduciary duties to take whatever energy it requires to return our beautiful town and areas to those who live and work here, not the hordes of people just traveling through on their way to Highway 17. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. The next speaker will be Maria Risto, and she will be followed by Steve Walker.
Hi, Maria Risto, 85 Broadway. I've lived downtown for a while, and I know that this problem is exacerbated by Waze, but it's not new. I was actually up speaking before the council probably 3 years ago, because on occasion when we've had accidents on 17, things have backed up through the Almond Grove. But certainly it has reached a level where it's a regular impact, and I would like to thank the staff and the town for taking a deep look at this and considering all the options. I have a big concern because one problem is looking at the data. We can't control all of the factors. And so the weeks of the closure, 4th of July, for whatever reason, we hardly had any traffic at all, and a year ago was Carmageddon. So things dropped down during 4th of July, but I think without the closure, we wouldn't have had a lot of traffic either. We can't control how hot the weather is. We can't control how many accidents are on 17. But we do know that when we have really hot Saturdays and there's any kind of accident on 17, things back up. So from the viewpoint of preserving our town, we do have to look at what would make it safe and what would make the town viable. I think what you've got before you is decisions where you're going to have to look at balancing the impact that we've got on downtown residents and downtown businesses. Certainly for downtown residents, when traffic backs up, our life is misery. I don't know what the impact of the closure is on the residents north of Highway 9. And I haven't heard anybody get up and speak about that. So I hope you're hearing from them, because it sounded like the report said there was a somewhat negative impact. So you're going to have to balance those impacts. The businesses downtown had mixed results. There were businesses that felt like the closure hurt them, but it's hard to say. Maybe we just had less traffic coming through and there were other reasons. So I think it's hard to make any really strong conclusions, but the trends to me indicate that on Saturdays, we probably do want to close access to 17 if we can, with a lot of other ways to mitigate that impact. We're going to need to look at what streets north of 9 get impacted. I don't think you need to close any of the Almond Grove when the access to the ramp is closed. I am concerned on a regular basis when there's any kind of accident or impact. If traffic starts to divert to Ridgecrest, that's always going to be a problem. If Tate and Massal get jammed up, as another speaker pointed out, and I've observed, there's other ways for cars to get around, and it's flat, and if one direction's backed up, an ambulance or a fire truck can go the other direction. When Ridgecrest gets jammed up, it messes up the whole hill. It's a one lane in a few places, and it's really dangerous, and there's no sidewalks. So I think that's a priority for you. Right, thank you.
Thank you. Steve Walker, followed by Natalie Ladd.
Good evening. I'm Steve Walker. I am Mr. Feinberg's mail carrier, and I think it shows that area of I live at Wilder, Tate, Hernandez, Glenridge, all those streets there that are totally jammed up on the weekends, and it's dangerous to deliver the mail. Just for the very reason you heard earlier, people come down the wrong way to try to bypass the traffic, and that's the side of the street that's open that I can deliver it, but I can't really do that because it's a safety hazard. But that, I think you've heard tonight that area is really impacted by the beach traffic. And it seems to me the first weekend that the on-ramp on 17 at Wood Road was closed, it was chaos because nobody was used to it. But the following 2 weeks were very much better and tolerable. So I think we need to figure out a consistent schedule for those roads to be closed so that everybody becomes aware of it and they can make other plans as far as getting through town. But I think you've heard everything else over and over, but I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Last card, and then we will be closing the public testimony. Natalie Ladd, and I have no other cards.
Good evening, Council. Natalie Ladd, and I live on the north side of town. I'm a real analytical kind of person, and I like to collect a lot of information, so I spoke to a lot of people to find out what I'm about to share with you. I generally know when there's a lot of traffic in downtown by just going to Los Gatos Boulevard. Last weekend, on Saturday, as early as noon, Los Gatos Boulevard, University, Winchester was backed up all the way at least to Lark. I got on the freeway and I was going north, and the freeway, it was backed up for a long time. With the 3 weekends, okay, we know the first weekend was just a trial. We made mistakes, we figured it out, we fixed it the following weekend. The problem is 4th of July was on a Monday, and a lot of people went out of town. A lot of my clients were out of town like most of July, like for 3-4 weeks. So I feel like we didn't gather the correct kind of information, because the people that went out of town weekend to weekend. So in a way, all 3 of the weekends didn't give us the true picture of how many cars are going through town. I actually walked around on the 3rd weekend and talked to a couple of business owners that I just happened to ask, what did you think? And the feedback I got from business owners, I mean, we know the residents are impacted, but I wanted to know how the businesses are doing. And this particular business owner told me on the 3rd weekend, that business went up in sales. And they did better on the Sunday than they did on the Saturday. So I feel like more people are going out to the beach on Saturday. Maybe they're going to church on Sunday. There's less people going to the beach on Sunday. For this particular business, they said their business on that Sunday, on the 3rd weekend, went up by $1,000, which they said was a lot. And this particular business sells items that are about $5 to $10 each. So that was a huge amount. They also felt like we haven't really seen the true impact. And for me, I think it would be to our advantage to do this trial up through Labor Day weekend to get a true picture of what's really happening. I think it would be nice to close Wood Road, but do we really know that's what we need to do? And I think the only way we could tell is if we go through all the weekends, particularly August. I think more people are in this town in August, so we haven't even seen how many people were in town and how much more business the businesses can get during the next month. So my recommendation, in my humble opinion, would be to continue this pilot program until Labor Day to get a true understanding of what's going on.
Ms. Ladd, is your recommendation to continue the pilot on both Saturday and Sunday?
I would recommend that because we haven't really seen the true picture of how many people are going to Santa Cruz and how many people are in town. So I would recommend both days if possible.
Thank you. Sheldon Gilbert, who will be followed by David Lancelot.
Hello, I don't live in that neighborhood, but I was there this weekend and just wanted to add some data. I heard several people talk about Ridgecrest, and I was there this weekend, and Mosul, Tate, and Ridgecrest were all closed this weekend. So I'm not sure if that's Los Gatos or Montessorino, but I think that some of the people, because Pennsylvania was seriously backed up this weekend, and Ridgecrest was closed all day Saturday. So as people consider options, I wanted everyone to have that information. I also wanted to suggest that if those roads are closed, as a courtesy to the residents, I would think the council should consider some permits so that residents can get through the closure while visitors can't.
Thank you. Oh, we have a question, Mr. Rennie.
What makes you think Ridgecrest was closed? Did you go see it yourself, or was it hearsay?
I was trying to go up Ridgecrest, and there was a police officer and a set of pylons, and we explained that we had to access someone's house that was local there, and they wouldn't let us through.
Okay,
it was
thanks.
at noon on Saturday.
Thank you, Ms. Isayak.
So, Mr. Gilbert, just out of curiosity, do you feel comfortable telling us where you do live, and do you, wherever that happens to be, do you experience any of the cut-through beach traffic?
Yeah, I live off Kennedy, and Los Gatos Boulevard, depending on the day, can be seriously impacted by the beach traffic as well.
And have you noticed the difference between the weekends with closures and weekends without?
I haven't observed closely enough to be able to comment on that.
Okay, thanks.
All right, now this is the last card I have so far. David Lancelot.
My name's David Lancelot. I'm a lawyer at eBay. I live behind the library on Grove Street. I'm 10. I've only lived in Los Gatos for a couple of years, so I'm kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum. I've moved to Los Gatos because I want to live in a wonderful place to live that doesn't require me to be trapped in my home for the weekend, which is kind of a strange thing to have to say. I have noticed very significant differences in the traffic when there's a closure and when there's not a closure. It's obvious to me. I mean, from a business perspective, we would call that a no-brainer. implement the closure permanently going forwards to save the town from this very significant problem. I totally agree that there's a tipping point. We have millions of people that have moved to the valley for jobs. I'm the problem. I'm one of those people. And that has put pressure on an infrastructure that wasn't invested in through the recession period and created just a massive problem. I have actually turned down the opportunity to view houses because of this traffic to buy in Los Gatos. It's a very significant issue. Yeah, I support closure. Thanks.
Thank you. Samantha Moore.
Samantha Moore. I live at 55 Church Street, which is just literally right across the street. So I have a pretty good vantage point on the ebb and flow of traffic. But I've also lived here my entire life, and I've never seen anything like this before. I'll skip ahead because we all know it's a problem. I think the question is, what's actually causing this? And it seems pretty clear. It's the introduction of traffic apps that are funneling a freeway through our town. And so if we all agree that these cars, their primary destination when they're coming through town on all these little side streets, they're all headed to one destination, remove the destination. I mean, make the closure permanent. You know, if we have that ability to shut down that street, if Caltrans will let us block that on-ramp by closing the street, then we've removed the problem, the source of the problem. Everything else to me just seems like a Band-Aid. You know, you're putting up signage that's telling people to go onto a freeway that they're purposely bypassing to begin with. The signage, I don't understand how that works unless you're telling people there's actually a closure. Closing little side streets is also just another Band-Aid. Remove the source of the problem. And I just think there's all sorts of benefits that can come from closing that as well. You know, I was reading an article that I had sent to Matt in the hundreds that I'm sure he's gotten about Barcelona. You know, they're just one of the cities that has closed a lot of 60% of their streets because they're turning them into pedestrian walkways. That's a perfect area to do that. You could actually add charm to the town, you know, and it's an extension of the Wednesday Jazz in the Plaza. You're not removing that many parking spaces. Turn it into a really nice pedestrian walkway, which would benefit us all anyway. So I guess I would urge the council to move beyond Band-Aid steps, which I know you needed to do, and accelerate research into closing that on-ramp permanently. I think temporary on-ramps just showed this glimmer of hope that it works. And I think doing it temporarily, you have police costs that are going to just go through the roof for the town. You don't show up on traffic apps. Remove it from Waze altogether. Let our police go do something else. Close the thing down permanently. That would be my recommendation.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is my last card. Terry Shaftel. We encourage public testimony.
I wanted to pile on just a little bit on 3 points. The first one is on the first Saturday of the closure to Highway 17. What was happening is people were seeing the signs and ignoring them, thinking they couldn't possibly close the freeway on-ramp. So they were going down Santa Cruz, turning around, and coming back. So the entire place in both directions was completely insane. That happened the next weekend, too, as far as I could tell. And that may be some of the cause for the commercial aspects of this, where people weren't seeing the income that they were used to seeing. So I wanted to address that. The second thing I want to address is that these aren't just people coming through the neighborhoods, taking an hour, leisurely drive through our neighborhood. These are angry people. And they act like angry people. They act the way I would if I was trying to get someplace. In fact, trying to get home, for instance, I'm angry. And these are people that are taking Ridgecrest, getting stuck on Pennsylvania, going the 1 block on Walnut, getting stuck on Hernandez, and then making a U-turn and coming back at speed. So there are safety issues here as well. The third thing is about Ridge Crest Road. I haven't observed it ever being closed. There's only one way to come up to where I am from that side, and that's Ridgecrest. So it may be a temporary closure, but it certainly wasn't something that was planned. There is a place where it goes into one lane, and the traffic was so bad they weren't allowing anybody to go out that way. That's how bad the traffic was. They refused to stop patiently and let people exit. All this is leading to a recommendation. At least until you can close close the Santa Cruz to 17, which I think is the only way to keep the traffic coming from Ridgecrest, there should be some police presence. People are blocking intersections. They're being rude to each other. There's loud music. There's people making wheelies in the middle of the street so they can go the other direction. And I believe that even having a police presence would cut down some of the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer Liebhall.
I'll make this quick. So first of all, I wanted to thank the council and everybody else for all the hard work they've done to try to improve this traffic situation. I live on Loma Alta, which is the other side of the town from those living in Almond Grove. I wasn't going to speak, but then I decided to. So I live in distance where I can bike downtown. So the traffic, I've lived here in town for 18 years. Love this town. When the traffic issues started, I decided, hey, I'll just ride my bike to town. No big deal. And once I actually got hit by a car and I didn't get hurt. And the second time I almost got hit. And it was because people were aggressively driving. And I've just kind of decided not to go downtown anymore on the weekends. I think a lot of residents have decided that, and I don't think a lot of residents have talked to that, so I just want to kind of mention it. Even on our side of town, it's a huge traffic issue and safety issue, and I think, you know, the town is suffering, but a lot of that could be because also locals aren't going there anymore. We used to go every Saturday for 16 years, and we don't go anymore. And it started like a year and a half ago we stopped going. So, any questions?
Thank you. Seeing no questions. I have no cards. I am now going to close the public testimony portion of this hearing and look to the council. I can always see a question, but I'm going to preempt you, Mr. Rennie. I have a question for staff. There has been discussion of, well, put aside whether we should do anything or not, but let's go to discussions that we've heard about closing the on-ramp to 17 on Saturday and Sunday or just Saturday. From a staffing or financial or logistics point of view, any input on that?
It depends on, well, so each day that we close, the on-ramp is incrementally more expensive because we do break it down at 3 o'clock and then reestablish it in the morning. So there's labor involved with that. We've been contracting for that service, so from an internal resource perspective, there's not a big challenge there. But there is an expense associated with that. Sunday's a little bit more expensive than Saturday because it's a higher wage day. But other than that, no issues either direction.
Is there a learning curve? Some people have testified to that if you did it all the time, then people would learn and they wouldn't, try and come through and challenge the system. Will there be more confusing if we do it on one day and then the other? From that point of view.
So we think there probably is a learning curve in terms of getting the greater region to know that there's an ongoing closure in place, but we don't have any data to back that. It's sort of the feeling that we have. Certainly, if we began another closure, that would test it again. We'd see on the first day. I think we've got the signage and the sort of our end of the closure down, and that would tell us a little bit about what it takes to learn.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Director, well, let's start with the chief, actually. I think the testimony from one of our residents reminded me, I think you did make a comment that you know, because traffic was so bad, you did try to do something on Ridgecrest, which also maybe is a second part question for Director Morley. So because we do the policing for Montecito, you can get away with that. But if we try to do something more permanent, we're not really Montecito, and Ridgecrest is Montecito. Aren't they going to step in and stop us if we try to do, you know, some people have suggested something more permanent. So there's two parts to that question.
Correct. So on different occasions, we have implemented cone patterns and or closures temporarily to increase the flow of traffic because we needed to get into certain areas. So on that Saturday for a period of time, because of the situations that have been discussed and the backup into the downtown area for safety purposes, we made that decision. And we can make those decisions temporarily if there is a safety factor. That is a Montecito street. There is a vehicle code that basically, without the presence of those factors, doesn't allow us to close off a public street and restrict access to certain folks. It's a public street, unless there is a safety factor that comes into play, and then we can make that decision. And we did on that Saturday. And we have in other areas temporarily when you've got vehicles blocking intersections, or we get to that tilt point where it's impactful and we see that it's going to be a problem to get into a certain area, then we'll take action, do a traffic break, and try to adjust the flow.
So follow on to that, did it make a difference? Did we, you know, when you did this, did it clear Glenridge and Hernandez, or you didn't do it long enough? I mean, did it really work?
Yeah, it's tough to tell. I mean, the temporary piece, obviously we closed it off. It cleared to some degree. It wasn't being further impacted. We didn't have any blockage of people trying to get into that area, so that helped us. We continued not to allow folks to come into that area and headed them down Highway 9. So I'll say it didn't get worse, and it probably incrementally got better, but we don't have any empirical data. You know, we did it to serve a purpose in that moment, and so the most I can say is it didn't get worse, and it cleared that area to where we could at least provide real-time information to other units throughout the town as to kind of where the traffic was flowing, how that was moving.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
I have more if nobody else.
Go for it.
Okay. So for Director Morley, so on the capital improvements list, if you want to back up a slide.
Get some help from Jackie, thank you.
Yeah, so here, my question is, so they're talking about the lane change on Los Gatos Boulevard at Nino, and they wanted to widen that, I think, to 2 lanes. Isn't that in front of Fisher Middle School, and the reason it's 1 lane, sorry, Van Meter,
yeah.
Van Meter, isn't it 1 lane so that we'll be safer, and that would actually maybe not be a good idea?
So this is actually an item that is also in our traffic study around schools recommendations. I'll let Jaime Rodriguez from Traffic Patterns speak to it a little bit.
Okay.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you, Councilmember Rennie. Yeah, the recommendation for the lane change at Los Gatos Boulevard and Nino was 2 parts. When we were doing our analysis, we were looking at not just the issue of the highway cut-through traffic, we were looking at the longer-term changes around the safe routes to school, you know, kind of bicycle access, pedestrian access around the town. So we were trying to take a holistic view, but definitely looking at the empirical data. When we were looking at the Safe Routes to School program earlier in the spring, we noticed continual queuing on southbound Los Gatos Boulevard, approaching Nino Avenue, approaching Van Meter Elementary School. And we made some recommendations to consider restriping Los Gatos Boulevard to extend that 2 lanes southbound just past Nino Avenue and then merge them after Nino. What we were seeing, at least during the school periods, and we saw it again during the highway cut-through periods, is that the queues extend southbound really up to Shannon, up to Roberts Road. And that's just because people are merged into 1 lane, and only 1 lane is progressing southbound past Nino. And so if those 2 lanes were maintained for a longer distance right past Nino, then the vehicles can merge afterwards, and that'll allow more capacity to move through the roadway.
Yeah, so I understand the recommendation for beach cut-through. I just wanted to make sure we're not making it less safe during school hours, and I think you're saying it actually would help safety during school hours too?
I do believe that it would, and when we were making the recommendations, we actually were also looking at bicycle movements, pedestrian movements, and so the changes we were suggesting are not just the merge, but also repositioning the existing bike lanes, definitely maintaining the green bike lanes that the town implemented last year. Those are great, but just repositioning them to actually make sure the road's a little bit more efficient.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ayak.
I actually had a question on this as well. So semi-permanent closure of South Santa Cruz. I've been thinking a lot about this idea of a pedestrian walkway in Santa Cruz, and I love the idea. I know in previous conversations we've had, one of the biggest concerns was providing access to the meadows on Wood, and that if you had a permanent pedestrian area, that would significantly inhibit it. So when you were, whether it was you or Matt, when you were looking at this as a improvement, was it specifically a certain part of South Santa Cruz? And did it also come with the notion that you were thinking already of access for Wood Road residents?
Let me start, and then we'll get Jaime to fill in. So I think this particular item references the closure that we've been doing. So this is making that a semi-permanent installation. So it would be, we would use it on the weekends, but not during the week. We have had discussions and had some concept ideas about other locations for closures along Santa Cruz, whether it's South Santa Cruz or North Santa Cruz, going through between Main and Highway 9, and different elements of making Santa Cruz into one lane going northbound, or adding in little pockets where it would be pedestrian only, and where that would happen, and how we would accommodate traffic associated with that. And I think it becomes a little more complex and a significant effort to get there.
And so, assuming if that was a direction we wanted to further pursue, that's where the environmental studies and traffic studies would come into play.
Yeah, if that's something specific that we should start to pursue, then we'd like to have that direction. We'll come back with a program on what that might look like in terms of the studies necessary to explore that.
Okay, so something as simple as moving the farmers market onto Santa Cruz, that's another area, an example where we'd have to actually do further studies? Or is that something that we can make a decision on tonight, and that's something that could be implementable?
I think it's worth a discussion for sure. The immediate thing that comes to mind, and I think it's a great area for the farmers market, and it'd be great to relocate that to sort of serve that dual purpose of mitigating some of the cut through traffic as well. But we do have a significant amount of traffic that comes off of Highway 17 northbound, and that's a little more difficult for us to close, and so we'd have to do something with that traffic. So that opens up a big can of discussion on, do we turn Broadway and Montebello into traffic going the opposite direction of where it historically has gone? Do we push them up, and don't throw things at me, do we push them up Broadway and make them go around that direction? It may create some other issues or challenges that we'd have to deal with.
Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I mentioned it a couple other times as we've had this discussion. And it seems like for the amount of money and effort we're putting into this, we could put some permanent gates on Ridgecrest, Tate, and Masole. And when I say permanent, I don't mean close them all year round, but perhaps on these weekends when they get hot and the residents can have transponders or something, some means of getting through. If we were to do this, my understanding is that Waze and all these other software applications that are causing this issue, it would show that these are private roads or closed roads or no through access or something. Is that a correct assumption? To where people would no longer be directed down those streets. And the reason why I'm bringing up this idea as opposed to closing the exit on Highway 17 is, number one, because of the business owners, and number two, because with the exit closed on 17, I don't know if we can ever get that done through Caltrans. However, we do have control over the other streets. And it kind of pains me to see us putting out cones and having people run them over, and seeing the residents that have to get to where they have to go push their way through. It seems like it would be much more logical approach, along with some of the other measures that you suggested to implement something like this. So can you comment on the feasibility of something like that?
I'll comment on the infrastructure feasibility, and the town attorney may want to comment further. And I'll also point out that Highway 9 is a Caltrans highway as well, and so the closures there are done by permission of Caltrans. The cones that we're putting out now, we're doing with existing staff resources, so the cost to us is fairly minimal. We have I have a staff member put them out first thing in the morning and then do their rounds and then pick them up when their shift ends, which is sort of why the timing is set as it is. A more permanent installation would have an infrastructure cost up front, and I think there may be some challenges from a legal perspective, and we'll let the town attorney address those.
Yeah. You don't have the ability to do that. State law doesn't allow you to discriminate and let certain members go through public streets and other members not. So we just don't have that ability, and I can provide the law. There's vehicle code sections and street and highways codes where you don't have that ability on public streets to decide who gets to use them and who doesn't. So we don't have that ability, unfortunately.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So let's go back to the semi-permanent closure. So Caltrans has let us get away with it. Are we getting any closer to them letting us do something more permanent? As Councilman Leonardis alluded to, we could still be talking about this in 5 years.
So we aren't working with direction now from council to make this a permanent closure. We had a pilot closure that we worked through. We did data collection. We worked closely with Caltrans so that they were aware and were able to watch the data as well. They were on site for a good number of the days as well of doing the observations and their field work. We don't know what position Caltrans is going to take long term. We can make the attempt to work with them. But you just don't know whether they're going to ultimately authorize a sort of that semi-permanent closure, and even considering additional closures this summer, they may come down and say that you can't do that anymore. You're affecting the regional traffic, and it's just not something that they're going to allow. We just don't know when we're going to hit that threshold.
And then, if they were to say that they would support a permanent or partial closure, the traffic control standards would have to be met. So you couldn't do it with our cones and the way we're doing it. You would have to actually install traffic control measures and standards that meet the state code. The current configuration that we're doing as a temporary measure could not be able to do it. So in other words, if it's a roundabout or whatever the configuration is going to have to meet Caltrans or state standards. So there's quite a bit of work to do that if that's where we're heading, and on top of that, then you've got the CEQA analysis and all the noticing requirements, because we're doing this basically. The reason and the ability to do it is to gather data to try to implement our transportation element of our general plan to figure out calming measures or other measures that can alleviate this concern. So this is the first step in that, but it is the beginning, and it's not an easy step to take to close any streets. I mean, there's different streets and different requirements. If it's arterial, if it's a residential, certainly with Ridgecrest, and the ones we talk about, those actually have a lesser standard than when you're talking about an arterial that goes to a highway or connects two cities together. And there's quite a few cases where towns have tried to do it without complying with CEQA or without getting the approval of a neighboring city or Caltrans, and they've lost those cases.
Further discussion?
I'll ask another one.
Question, Mr. Rennie?
I'll sort of start bridging into statement with a bit of a question on it. In other words, one of my long-winded questions. So, Director Morley, my ideal solution would be, and keeping in mind that there are some negative effects to closing the entrance to 17, there are some businesses that get more business when there's, I'm going to say, a flow of traffic. When it's stopped traffic, I don't think their business gets better. Ginger didn't provide us for the days it was actually stopped, so I don't know for sure. And we've gotten, I didn't hear any tonight, but we've gotten a lot of emails from mountain residents that come into town and want to be able to get back out of town. And if the highway is decently flowing, it's reasonable to let them do that. I think they're crazy if they'd come down on a day when it's really bad. But So my point is there's some negative effects. So my ideal solution would be something that detects when we're reaching a tipping point. Let's say Santa Cruz Avenue is flowing, and then all of a sudden it starts backing up and cars aren't moving down anymore. So then your signs all of a sudden go on 17 on-ramp closing in 10 minutes. And then in 10 minutes you close that and you start putting all the signs come on around town so that we have a way of automatically detecting, okay, we've reached the point, it's no longer advantageous for the flow of traffic through town. So the question is, I realize you haven't had any time to think about this, how crazy is this idea? Is there any way to get to a solution like that?
I think Jaime can help us with this because I don't know that it's, well, I'll let Jaime take away this item.
So the concept of using ITS or intelligent transportation infrastructure to turn on dynamic signs, that isn't a very difficult thing to do. It's actually rather simple. Your infrastructure, I think, would need some upgrades to allow those types of things to happen. We're helping Matt look at your traffic signal infrastructure and communications network, which would need work for that to happen. But it is a difficult thing to do. The closure, though, to say that the ramp's going to close in 10 minutes, that might be a little difficult because the way you're closing it today, you might not have staff immediately on call, specifically the contractors you've been using to get out there in 10 minutes and into your example to close it. And so that might be a little more difficult. I think what has to happen is you have to look at the infrastructure design in the longer term, as Mr. Schultz was saying, is how do you want to reconfigure the on-ramp and off-ramp to allow the closure to happen more easily? That would be more the thing to look at to implement your type of recommendation. Moving more towards a fixed roundabout that could easily be cut off with just a couple of cones would allow something like that to happen, but you still have to have somebody on call to be able to go out there and actually do the closure. But the traffic signal network monitoring kind of the roadway, being able to send a text message to an on-call maintenance worker to say that you need to shut the road down in 20 minutes or in an hour, that you can do today with technology that exists.
If I could follow on, so what about the human element of it? If I said it's closing in a half hour and then it says it's closed, would people just keep going anyway? And because there's a problem of clearing people out before we actually close it. I'm wondering, so technically we can do it, but would it really solve our problem? Or would it take an extra hour after it's closed before people stop?
I would anticipate some latency with that for sure, especially a lot of the apps in that kind of a situation. And I guess looking at the technology sort of forward thinking, there may be a way of pushing that data to them, but there tends to be people not believing it or a latency where people are on their way and that's the direction they're headed. So there'd be some congestion and some upset people along the way.
Thank you.
Ms. Jensen.
I'm not sure who the person to answer this. It could be multiple. So as I listen, I'm just trying to figure out, there's a continuum. Close it forever, put a moat, whatever it is. Do a roundabout. Do a summer closure. Do a pilot program. Move the farmers market. So I'm trying to understand that what we're being asked to do now is come up with a solution that's going to fix stuff. But I'm wondering, where are we in terms of legalities and practicalities? So I know, for example, from reading I think it was the highway code, we have the power to close a road for a festival or whatever it might be. So that'd be the farmer's market. I don't know, can we do that like every weekend? Or does it get to a point where it's illegal? So that seems to me that something we could do immediately. But if we wanted to move toward, we couldn't, as I understand from listening to the discussion, close it down tomorrow if we didn't have a festival or some such. We'd have to go through a process, and I'm trying to understand what the legal process for CEQA, et cetera, the financial and the practical process on a continuum of what we can do and what's the timeline for that.
So the vehicle code does allow you for special events to close down the streets, and that's just our permitting process. And so that can be done fairly easily under the vehicle code if we were to do that. But there are issues as Matt mentioned, of what happens with the traffic, just from a pure standpoint of what happens with the traffic getting off. I don't have a problem legally if council wants to continue the pilot program for the month of August, to look at that data and get more data, because there's been plenty of testimony that maybe we didn't get the correct data when we were trying to get it. And what we're really trying to do is really understand what is going on out there. What I don't want to see is when we come back in June and you say, let's do this pilot program again with these cones and do another pilot program next summer, we would easily be challenged on that and probably would not succeed, because we're not getting to a permanent solution through the CEQA problem and doing a permanent fixture. The idea of being able to just use those cones next summer is not going to be available to you. So that's where, like I was mentioning, I think Jaime mentioned, you if you're going to continually close Wood Street, it has to be done professionally with either a professional roundabout or whatever the solution the traffic engineers come out with that would allow that to happen and it meets the standards, because right now it does not for safety reasons.
Okay, seeing no other hands. Let me put this in context, at least for myself. After we had the Memorial Day stoppage in town and nothing was moving, and I knew at that point that the council had authorized funds for the staff to do various things like put 17 left on the roadway and encourage people to do things, and they didn't. And so we had a real problem. And Mr. Rennie might look at tipping points, but I back then was staying up at night thinking, what are we going to do? Because the things that we had tried weren't working. And that's why I chose to put the council consideration of this 17 closure, temporary closure, to get statistics on the agenda. And then we did it for a couple of weeks, and then we get into the empirical information that you get. We do it a couple of weeks, and things are better. And then July 23rd and July 30th, we don't do it. And what do we experience? I got to tell you, July 23rd at 9:30, the streets were stopped downtown. I have never in my life, and I've lived here downtown a long time, never in my life have I, at that time in the morning and earlier, seen the parking lot at Old Town empty. I mean empty. You don't see it empty if you go there at 2 a.m. in the morning. It is empty. And so then you get back into, all right, July 23rd, really bad weekend. July 30th, really bad weekend. Yes, everybody's talked about, we've experienced. If you live down there, you can't go anyplace. And so you're just going to get prepared to do whatever it is you're going to do in your house. Or alternatively, you can get prepared to leave really early so you can get out of town. But what really started to hit home to me even more was not, what I was experiencing, what you were experiencing. I think Los Gatos is the greatest town in the world, and people always want to come here. People I knew didn't want to come to Los Gatos. They didn't want to come here, all right? They said, we're not coming there. If you want to see me, you come wherever I am. And then we have neighbors who are trying to sell their house. They have open houses on Saturday and Sunday. They can't do that anymore because nobody wants to come and nobody can come. So we're having this commercial. I mean, these were things I never, ever even thought of. And these are things that are happening. And these are just observations. Now, we know from what staff has told us and what you have told us that there are some things we don't know. I mean, you can't look into the future. We know that on Saturdays when it's sunny, it's worse than on Sundays when it's not sunny. So there are things that you learn after the fact. But you can't wait till after the fact to close down, put down the barrier. You have to do it with the information you have now. And the consensus of the information that we have now is that Saturday is worse than Sunday, and that it's probably going to be that way through Labor Day. And you know, the other ideas that have come up, you know, things like closing Santa Cruz as it goes on to 17. As staff points out, you have people who are exiting on Santa Cruz, who are coming north on 17, who are coming into Los Gatos. And so not only are they getting off there, they're getting off there at a pretty fast clip. And so that is the part of Santa Cruz, and that I got to tell you, if Mr. Morley can figure out that somebody's going to let him do that, I say you should run for president. So these are my observations. So the only thing that I could see us doing between now, practically, between now and Labor Day is continuing our studies to assess and stopping traffic from getting on to 17, and probably Saturday and Sunday. But if that's not realistic for a procedural reason or a financial reason, then just Sunday. So that's where I'm coming from. Just Saturday. That's where I'm coming from, and I think that's where we are from a practical point of view. Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I'm thinking the same thing. I think we need to keep working towards a long-term solution. I think all the items on the capital improvement list seemed reasonable. I know we didn't talk about those. It seems a little bit early to really talk about long-term solution because we really haven't collected data on a really bad day, or we didn't have success on a really bad day because the first time we closed was a bad day. It may be hard to tell whether we're collecting on a bad day, but I think we can probably, if we do a really good job and it's a bad day, will we know? I think we will. So I definitely agree that we should continue to collect some more data. We may need it to help prove it to Caltrans to get them to support us at something long term. I agree it should be Saturdays only because Sunday so far has not been a problem, or not as big. It hasn't reached a tipping point, shall we say? And again, there's some negative implications with having it closed, so let's limit those. So let's continue trying on Saturdays. So I guess I can make that a motion then that we continue the pilot program on Saturdays through Labor Day. And maybe we include Labor Day. I don't know what day of the week that is. Monday, obviously. Maybe should we include Monday or not? I don't know.
All right, so I hear a motion to continue the pilot on Saturdays through Labor Day. And so I will ask staff. Mr. Rennie has raised the issue of Monday on Labor Day. Our experience thus far has been the second day of the weekend is not as busy here. Possibly the Monday of Labor Day wouldn't either. Maybe it would be the Sunday of Labor Day. Mr. Morley, what's your thought?
If we're going to close all the other days, I think we should close the Monday as well. Will allow us the opportunity to collect the data and to do the full examination. I think in the end, if we find that Monday for some reason was busy, it's a hot week leading up to it, and there's a lot of people that want to go to the beach on that particular day, then we might regret it.
All right, so you want to include Monday?
So originally I said Saturdays until Labor Day. It sounds like maybe Saturdays and then all Labor Day weekend, including Sunday and Monday, because they may go Sunday thinking they're also going to be there Monday, and then maybe something funny on Monday. So we'll make the motion Saturdays until Labor Day weekend, and then all 3 days of Labor Day weekend.
All right, I'm going to second the motion, but I have a question for Mr. Morley. Is the Saturday only? What are your thoughts on that? And I'm doing this from the point of view of information gathering.
Let me look at my numbers real quick. I think dollar-wise, from an implementation standpoint, it's not a significant increase to do it both days on the weekends. If it's the council's desire to do, to leave it open on Sunday, maybe it gives you some comparison on one day to the other. But if you really want to capture the data on all the weekend days, I think closing it both days throughout the rest of the summer is going to, as long as the equipment's out, we've got it rented, we're paying for a good portion of it by the week or by the month anyways. So some of our costs are sunk costs, and the incremental increases for adding a day aren't as great.
Mr. Rennie?
My first inclination as an engineer is to say to vary it. I'd like to see all the Saturdays, but maybe at your choice, do some Sundays and not Sundays, if the other council members agree with that, to see how the data changes.
Well, I seconded the motion, and it's right now it's Saturdays and all of Labor Day, but I need guidance from staff. Are you looking at, because I'm looking at data gathering, because that's what Mr. Schultz says that we need to do. And in case, Caltrans or somebody is listening to us, I want to focus on gathering data. Should we do it Saturday? Is it your recommendation we do it Saturday and Sunday?
So if you're looking at data, we're going to be comparing Saturdays to Saturdays. I think a Saturday to Sunday comparison from a data perspective is going to be a little more skewed. So from a strictly data collection perspective, it's a day of the week to a day of the week, especially on something where you're looking like a weekend where you could have trending.
So I don't understand what you're saying.
So
Saturday only?
From a data perspective, if you're just looking at data comparison, we're not going to compare Saturdays and Sundays. If you want the data strictly on Sundays, then that would be just additional data point. In my mind, the more data, the better. It doesn't hurt to have the data. If we miss a summer of it, of Sunday data, and we decide later that we need the Sunday data, it's a whole season that we have to go back and do that collection.
All right, well, Mr. Rainey, I'll go back to you. What do you think?
I can do every other Sunday too. I can skip a Sunday, and if it looks like that was the wrong decision, I can add it back in.
I really didn't want to do Sundays. I see, I think I won't get support for the motion if I don't do some Sundays. I kind of like the idea of doing every other Sunday. That way we get some data of each.
All right, I'm not going to support that, and I'll tell you why. Because one of the things that I've heard and one of the things I observed is that there's a learning pattern, and that the more you have regularity, the better the learning pattern. So I'm going to withdraw my second because I'm looking for Saturday, Sunday, and all of Labor Day. So wait. So we have Mr. Rennie's motion, which is Saturdays and Labor Day. Do we have a second for that motion? All right, that motion dies for lack of second. I will make a motion to have the closures be on Saturday, Sunday, and Labor Day. Is there a second for that motion? Mr. Leonardis?
Yes.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Sayak.
So I'd like to ask of the maker of the motion, as well as the seconder, as well as staff, your thoughts on whether we need to close Tate and Masal once we have the closure on Wood. I hear conflicting information. It seems to me that if you remove the largest reason people are cutting through, then it might not be necessary to close Ridgecrest, Tate, and Masal, but I'd like some information from you.
As I mentioned, I think in a previous meeting, that you don't know what the actions are going to create, what the counter action is going to be. There's a potential that if we remove the closure on Tate and Masal, that the path of, say, Tate to Almendra to Main Street or could become a new cut through path. Not to Main Street, sorry, to Santa Cruz, so that folks are bypassing Highway 9. We just don't know what's going to happen. Certainly able to try it. That's one that's easy to implement and to pull back down if we decide that that's a better solution.
So, Mr. Morley, I had forgotten that. I actually had that in mind about removing the cones on Tate and Masal. Are you saying we should do that?
So if it were me, I would leave it in place. I think it keeps the traffic on Highway 9, and as long as we're doing closures, I would keep it in place.
All right, Ms. Jensen.
Question for the maker of the motion and the seconder. When we originally voted for the closure way back in June unanimously, one of my concerns was that we should have some feature or try to incorporate some sort of activity or festival or concert or something so that we would attract people to downtown, and then sort of have a reason to be closing the streets independently of traffic issues. And when we got the report back from the consultants, one of the things that they're observing is that there is an impact on the downtown businesses with the closure, and that there ought to be some counteracting attraction, if you will, for the downtown. So, and we also got information, for example, from business owners in the Chamber of Commerce that the sidewalk sale on Saturday that they had when it was a disaster, no one came. So my question for the maker of the motion and the seconder is, can we include a recommendation for data gathering for business impacts downtown that we talk about, for example, on a Sunday when it's closed, put the farmer's market out there and have an attraction, or do something else where there is a data collection point for the businesses because we're setting up, if you will, an attractor for the downtown.
That is not a component of the motion because I'm trying to be as streamlined as possible to get something done, which means it has to be done right away, like in a few days. And so an attractor was not part of this motion, not because an attractor would not be a good idea, but it seems very complex to have to do that kind of thing within days and within this month. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I was going to say some of the other ideas in the report, such as Councilmember Jensen's idea, as well as the other proposed traffic improvements that were described might be best for other motions. We don't just have to make one motion, we can make many motions on all those other things.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So I guess I think I'm going to be forced into supporting this motion, but I'll say I think it's a mistake to do all Sundays. As I sort of thought through and got a little more straight in my head, I think the long-term solution is going to be a Saturday only because of the effect on businesses. And so far we haven't seen Sundays. I mean, I asked a couple of the speakers and they said, yes, Sundays are tolerable. And so we do want some flow of this traffic through town to help the businesses. My concern is if we do all Saturday and Sunday, we don't know what a Saturday closure with a Sunday open would look like if, and in my mind, that's where we would probably want to go long term. If we really think our long term is closed both days of the weekends, I think we're going to hear from our businesses. And that was why my original idea of let's just close when it's hitting the tipping point. Well, at this point, okay, I'll compromise and say just, permanent could be every Saturday, but we're not getting data from what the long-term solution is in my mind. So that's my comment.
Thank you. And I've given, as I've been sitting here for hours, I've thought, a lot about just Saturdays and Labor Day also. For some of the same reasons that Mr. Rennie said, and that's why I was looking to staff for guidance. And I'm going to go with the guidance from staff. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector, and I'd just like to further comment on that. We really don't know for sure anything at this point. We can get a 100-degree day on a Sunday, and maybe Saturday would be lighter. So I'd say the summer isn't too much more longer, 4 more weeks. Let's get all the data we can to support perhaps a permanent closure, which is, I think, what a lot of people are interested in.
Ms. Jensen.
Just really briefly, I will support the motion because I think that data gathering is important, but I disagree with the mayor. I don't think it's that complicated to just shove the tables in the farmer's market out to Santa Cruz on one of the Sundays. So to the extent that I hope that we can at least think about that, I'm just going to throw it out there on the record.
Ms. Sayak.
So I'll be supporting this motion, but, you know, as we start to think through the long-term options, as Councilmember Rennie said, and listening to Mr. Schultz, I mean, I'm starting to think next year, we can, with enough lead time, we can create a festival if we needed to every single weekend. That would be a positive way to get people downtown, that could in many ways create the street closures that we want, and just be what I think what the chamber and the businesses also want, a place-making event to just attract people to Los Gatos again. So I'm looking at the first motion, which is how do we survive the rest of the summer? And then I think we need to have a serious discussion of the resources necessary to implement something sustainable next year. And I think we need to have that conversation sooner rather than later. But for now, I'm focused on the current motion of let's get through summer and let's see what we can do until Caltrans starts to get nervous about our actions.
Further discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Madam Mayor, we need an additional motion to provide management authority to extend contracts with statewide, and I believe also with traffic patterns for the additional data collection. Director Morley may have some cost information so you know what the estimated budget is to move forward with the weekends identified in the prior motion.
Okay, and I'm keeping my eye. Ask the Vice Mayor to help me here. Mr. Morley.
Thank you. So the traffic control is for the 5 weekends would amount to $45,000, roughly based on the costs that we've been experiencing to date, and that includes the holiday weekend. If we want to do continued, we have two options on data collection. We can do data collection with our hose counters, which is a fairly basic and limited data collection, or we can do an increased data collection with the turn movements that we've been doing for the closure in the past. It's a significantly more expensive, and we'd probably be looking at another $50,000 in data collection to make that happen through the end of the summer as well. And that would be an additional adjustment in addition to what's in the staff report to traffic patterns, bringing the traffic patterns total contract to $107,288.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I'll just comment that I don't think host patterns alone tells us a very good story. Just doing the closure, I will be able to walk downtown and find out the results, but it is good to have the hard data. With the hose counters, if you recall, it's sort of a backwards. When we get less traffic, we know we're in trouble through them kind of thing, but are you sure it's less traffic because it's stopped, or is it just less traffic? So I'm nervous just having hose counters. Spending another $50,000 is a lot, but if you're going to do it, I think you should do it right.
I have a question for Mr. Morley. Are you recommending both of those components?
Yes, I am.
All right. Further discussion? I need a motion. Is that what you're looking for, staff, a motion? Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I move to adopt everything Ms. Pravetti said with agreement of what Mr. Morley said about the hose counters, as well as the other data collecting.
So in other words, you are granting us the budget authority to collect the data and to implement the closure.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll second that motion and say that this is an indication of why meetings end at 11:30. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Do we need anything else from staff side?
Thank you.
All right, I was going to say, this agenda item isn't over yet. Mr. Leonardis.
Okay, I wanted to address the items that were on the slide about the potential traffic improvements, such as the timing of the Highway 9 signal, which we get a lot of other complaints about during weekdays and everything else. The potential merge on Nino Avenue and Lark Avenue and the other items on that slide. And I don't know if we have to make another motion or just direct staff to come back with information on all those items for a future meeting.
I think that latter would, if you're interested in these items, or if there's one or more that you're not interested in, you want to give us direction specifically on that, we're happy to bring back the information.
All right, we have the information on the screen. Mr. Leonardis?
I was going to say any of those things probably may help traffic all the time throughout town, and traffic is the #1 issue in town these days. So I am interested in anything we can do, beach traffic or not traffic. So,
Mr. Leonardis, if I understand what you're saying, is that you would have a motion to have staff come back to us with information on each of those items?
yes, the price and how it would all work, and traffic studies or whatever is required.
I'll
So
second.
yes,
All right. Mr. Morley, does that motion make sense to you?
It does, yes.
All right. So we have a second by Mr. Rennie. Ms. Jensen?
Just really quick, some of the items, like, for example, the messaging signs and the signal timing are controlled by Caltrans. And so when you're doing the pricing, I'm assuming that you're going to have to determine that. And then it's further on to that. It's my understanding that should the proposed VTA ballot measure pass in whenever, that some of those costs might be provided by that ballot measure. For example, the improvements on the high Caltrans, the signal timing, et cetera, correct?
So yeah, taking those things sort of in pieces, the traffic signal timing is really going to depend on our working relationship with Caltrans, and should be a minor cost if we can get them to actually implement that. The other projects we would scope and we'll bring back with our analysis where a potential funding source might be, including waiting for funding through the ballot initiative. We'll point out that I don't think that the funds would start coming in for that initiative until April, and then they'd be dispersed over a 30-year time frame, so there may be some lag in when those funds are available.
And then follow-up observation. I am really familiar with Los Gatos Boulevard at Nino, right in front of Van Meter. And I would not want to see the road widened, but to the extent that there was some discussion of changing striping or bike lanes, et cetera, if I would like to see that, but I wouldn't want to see my vote being widen it. The queuing that you were discussing often happens at 2:15 when all the parents line up to get into the parking lot to pick up Junior. So, you have to take that into account when you're figuring out that striping, because they're still going to line up. They're still going to queue. So I'm really concerned about allowing free-flowing traffic past the school, because I think that's going to create a real danger when we're trying to work really hard on safe routes to school. So,
All right, thank you. And I'm going to go to Mr. Morley. Right now, we just have a motion to bring back information to the council on each of these line items, but I believe you had something you wanted to add.
Yeah, just on that item specifically on Nino, we are, I think, slated to bring back our school study, and that is one of the recommendations in the school study, with diagrams and an explanation of a more holistic look at our schools and what we want to do there. So that will all be included. Hopefully that will meet your needs.
All right, I'm going to call this question before the bewitching hour. We have a motion. We all know what it is. I'm going to call the question. Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. We do, if we have more motions on this agenda item, or if we want to take care of the last two agenda items, we're going to need to continue this past our, we get till midnight. We have till midnight. That's great. We can just work. Anything else on this agenda item? Seeing none. Thank you all. The next agenda item is 12. Approval of amendment number 1 to an agreement with Santa Clara Stadium Authority and City of Santa Clara for reserve officers work with the city of Santa Clara at Levi Stadium. Before I turn this over to staff, I put this on the agenda. Staff was just going to go ahead and just sign the contract for 3 years. I put this on the agenda because I remembered that the first time this came before us, and I think 2013, there was a discussion on the item, and it was not a unanimous vote. I don't remember the specifics, but because there were issues before, I thought it should come back before the council before we just sign the contract. So I'll turn it over to staff.
Good evening. The mayor has kind of framed the issue for you, and that was actually my very first town council meeting 2.5, 3 years ago. So I do remember that discussion, and it centered around liability, risk management, workman's compensation issues, and I assured you the contract would take care of those issues and that we're protected in that, and that has been the case in the past 2.5 years. We've had no liability claims, we've had no risk management issues, and we've had no workman's comp claims because we are protected. They are actually double badging, and while they're working, it's like a separate job where they go through the background check. They have to go through all of the license requirements with them. As opposed to, if you recall, the Super Bowl agreement, we did not approve, or I didn't even bring it forward to you because they would not agree to those same language for the Super Bowl agreement and wanted us to provide the workman's comp and the liability insurance and actually pay our officers, and then they'd reimburse us. So we never even brought that agreement to you because there was no protections to there, and I was aware of those issues that were brought up with the other agreement. So it's provided, for the past 2.5 years, it's provided extra training for the officers. It provides the extra compensation, and I think it's been a pretty successful program, and that's why the town manager approved it. But it does have the ability to terminate it within 60 days. So if council tonight says it's something they don't want to participate in, we could cancel it with 60 days' notice. The police chief and captain are here to talk about any of those ancillary benefits that we receive by doing the agreement.
Another question, thank you for reminding me of all of those issues that we discussed before. What about issues like the fact that the town has issues that are going on, the town has things like traffic on the weekend, and we may need additional officers, but sometimes we hear that there are not additional officers available, those kinds of issues.
So we have under the agreement the ability to require scheduling and overrule their scheduling when they're working, and the chief and captain can attest to how they go about that when they know when they're working. Certainly, though, if they're actually at Levi Stadium at that specific Sunday, say for a 49er game, and then something comes here, then they aren't available. But if we see that we've got something coming up, if we had our own event or we knew something, we were understaffed on that Sunday or another time, we could say, I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to work that shift. You have to be with us. And they can kind of explain how that process works. But we do still have the scheduling ability to decide when they do and don't work for the Levi Stadium.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Mr. Schultz, is this limited to just the football games, or are there other details like Taylor Swift concerts and things that they are going to be working?
No, it's any events there, so it's not just the football games.
So follow up, on average, my only concern would be officer fatigue, obviously. If they're up real late one night and then they have to come to work the next day in Los Gatos, and there was some kind of issue with working too much or working too many events at the stadium, and then that would spill over into their work with the town here.
I'll let the police chief or the captain respond to that. I think they're better to know how they manage that issue.
Well, we only have two. There's only two officers who are assigned or have been working. The contract speaks to us having priority as to the work within the town takes priority. To be completely honest, the two officers that we have don't work all that frequently, or haven't, and it's never been a conflict. I admittedly don't monitor how late they work at night and when they have to come in the next morning, but that has not been an issue. Speaking as the town attorney did earlier, more to the mayor's question, if in fact we had a situation where we had an active shooter or some type of emergency situation where we needed all our officers, I could call, we would do a call out, and the priority would be the town. So they would come from working Taylor Swift and come deal with whatever situation we had here. So we only have 2. They do receive some additional training, whether it be crowd control, traffic control, and some of those things. It does augment their salaries to some degree, but we have had no issues at all with any conflicts.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? I have no cards for public testimony, and so that portion of the hearing will be eliminated for now, and I will look to the council for discussions, motions. Steve Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I am inclined to move forward with the staff recommendation to extend the agreement for another 3 years based on what Chief Frisbee said, that our officers' first priority is the town of Los Gatos, and there are no issues, which it doesn't sound like there has been or will be.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Leonardis, seconded by Ms. Sayak. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Agenda item 13, discuss and adopt the policy committee's recommendation for a town facilities use policy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Monica Rent, Economic Vitality Manager. In 2015, the Policy Committee identified the need to discuss the Civic Center use policy and then began discussing it along with the other areas that are included in the policy that was adopted in 2004. That policy that's currently adopted includes the Civic Center, Plaza Park, and the Oak Meadow Bandstand. The Policy Committee discussed over the course of several meetings and provided direction to staff for the draft policy, looking to preserve the core functions of our facilities, looking to provide public access and use to the civic facilities, and facilitating and coordinating multiple uses, with, of course, the first priority to be our core services here at the Civic Center, and then offering a fair and equitable way for the members of the public to then use those facilities when they're available. The members of the council, both Vice Mayor Sayak and Council Member Jensen, were part of the policy committee, and they can speak more to some of the details of those meetings. We're also here as staff to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. I have a question, and maybe I just didn't see it. Does this policy also include somewhere use of the library? I know it speaks something, it talks to the conference room, but what about the use of the library facility, like having a reception there or something like that?
I'm going to refer to the town manager, but I believe the library is kept separate at this point.
We had separate policy committee discussions about the use of the library, and so it is not addressed in this particular policy, but that's something that we can continue to work on. But the conference room in particular was the main key piece. We already have operating procedures for the use of different rooms or sub areas of the library, such as the teen room, and there are events that happen upstairs in the library, for example. So the library has had a way of managing those types of events. But I know the receptions was something that did catch the attention of the policy committee about, I think it was about last December or so.
And for clarification, so what I'm hearing is use of the library generally, let's say for a reception. That is not part of what we have before us tonight, but what's not clear to me, are you saying that the policy committee will be considering that or is considering that?
My recollection, and I appreciate the support of the committee members to help me with this, was that given the operating procedures that the library currently had, they felt that those were sufficient to manage the requests. So for example, the Irish Literary event, has already reserved portions of the upstairs for some of their literary events, and that's just being handled under standard operating procedures of the library without needing to invoke a new policy.
All right, then I would request, and I'm going to go to Ms. Jensen and Ms. Sayak. I would request that whatever those operating procedures are, that they be distributed to the council members, possibly with your Friday distribution. Ms. Sayak, did you want to?
I just wanted to speak to the work that we did look at. When we were reviewing private events at the library, we talked specifically with the librarians, and that staffing was an issue. And how do you make sure that you had appropriate staff at the library to ensure that just books, documents, everything was kept safe? And so it was decided at that time that private events were not something we were looking to entertain.
Okay, Ms. Jensen.
So I agree with the Vice Mayor, but I also agree with Ms. Pravetti that we were looking at the operating procedures already in place in the library. And so when we were developing the proposal that's before the council tonight, we were establishing what we hoped would be fair policies for locations that could be used. So the fact that the library is not there is, in a way, negatively saying, well, and the library is not available for you using it for that. But we were using the operating procedure. Certainly if the council wishes for us or the policy committee to go back and look at some separate policy for the library, we could do that. But by not including the library in the pantheon of places, means, and ways that one could reserve a space that's owned by the town, we were impliedly indicating that the library is not one of those things that's available, that the conference room was available for the town, but the facility of the library wasn't available for renting out, reserving, etc. Was at least my recollection.
Okay. This is a public hearing. I don't have any cards, so I will close the public testimony portion of the public hearing and look to the council for discussion, questions, motion. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So question for staff, I guess, based on what Councilmember Jensen just mentioned, suppose Friends of the Library or some other group related to the library wants to host an event there, the history group or whatever, they can just book it with what is the process or procedure?
I'll be happy to put that in the weekly memo this Friday, but my recollection is, and I'm more familiar with how we're handling it for the upcoming Irish Literary event. The library is still open. It's a public event. There's no fee, there's no charge, there's no tickets, no fundraising, any of that. There is limited seating, obviously, so we have to meet the capacity of the building. But essentially, it's advertised as an event. People know what is happening, whether it's the Irish Literary or the History app unveiling, and it's reserved for that purpose. And then we are able to work with our patrons to make sure that we can clear the area in advance, so that way the program can occur without it interrupting the use of laptops or accessing the stacks and the other opportunities that our library offers. But it is a reservation system, because I think the library needs to be able to manage the programs that are happening in the various sub-areas of the library, as well as maintain the regular service that our library offers in terms of reference, checkout, et cetera.
So that would all be done with the library remaining open?
Correct.
And a follow-up question would be, and I think this is what the mayor was trying to get information on, is somebody's having a going-away party or a birthday party or whatever, and they wanted to, they loved our library and they wanted to book it. At this point in time, there is no policy that would allow that, whether it be an employee or prominent community member or anybody else, that still has to be potentially either drafted later, or the answer is just no. We just don't do that, period.
That's correct. The answer is no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leonardis, and I'm going to follow up. And that's why it's going to be important to me to see whatever it is you send us, because I'm looking for transparency, not only as amongst the council people who will see whatever it is you're going to show to us, but to the public.
And I believe all these policies are currently posted on the website, so I'll provide you a hard copy as well as the link. So then, to the extent the public is interested in finding them, they can also find them.
Thank you. Other questions, discussion, motion? Ms. Jensen.
Okay, I move that we adopt the policy committee's recommendation for town facilities use policy, and that information regarding the library operating procedures be distributed to the council and posted or directed to links on the website.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Thank you, Policy Committee. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you all. We are adjourned.